Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
And welcome here to the NECC semifinals here in the playoff week. As you have seen throughout the entire last few days, we have been running every single league going in through the playoffs, going in through the quarterfinals, and now we have reached Hearthstone semifinals. We will be casting your first two matches of this evening. My name, of course, is Orbital. With me is Cast, the man, the myth, the legend himself, who apparently has a little bit of an addiction with Football Manager, I believe. But we don't talk about that. How you doing today, Witta?
I'm doing just fine. I'm doing great. Okay, I handed in my second exam yesterday, so I only have one more exam and then my bachelor project to write, and I am officially a bachelor. So I actually am a bachelor, by the way, but I have a degree. I have a bachelor degree. All right, I could have gone in so many different ways. So might as well just grab it and take it and run with it, right? But okay. You know what's also interesting could go in so many ways, this Hearthstone match at hand, because we have a mirror matchup in terms of schools. We have Arcadia's finest Aidan and Nyte playing against each other. They're actually roommates, so not only are they teammates, They're roommates. Like, could you imagine holding bragging rights in like that dorm room?
You will be sitting there for so long just going, hey, you remember that one time I beat you in this playoffs? You remember that one time? And it'll just be happening over and over again. But at the same time, you also think, not just on the funny level, but the strategic level, right? How often have these guys picked each other's brains? How often have these guys tried to go over deck lists and, you know, what works, what doesn't? So these guys, you have to feel, also know each other inside and out, almost like realize the decks that would be coming to hand. And I'm excited to see what they can do. Now, keep in mind, Nyte already, I believe, in the regular season 3-0'd Aidan on week number 4, and I think Witta, you were actually casting that one. So you know, it was if that is a almost precursor to this event, or do you think this is gonna have potentially have Aidan have a little bit of a better time?
Now, I can't remember exactly what went down between those two when I did cover it, but overall, general, like, there's a 75% chance that Arcadia wins the Champions Division. They have 3 out of 4 players in the semis. Their other player being Kudus, I do believe, who is going to be playing against King Milo later on tonight in the 4th match. So a little bit of a foreshadowing, nice little pluck there to ensure you're going to be staying around. But obviously, let's talk about these decks, right? Because we have a lot of class overlap, but actually not a lot of archetype overlap. Like, the only true archetype overlap, I would say, at least personally, I guess there are 2 archetype overlaps. There's like half the decks, right? But you have the Rush Warrior, which is a deck that has kind of risen to fruition like recently. But again, like, it's not a deck that I look at it as a deck and I'm like, why are we playing this deck? Like, it doesn't. It just looks weird, right? Because there's like a bunch of Rush cards. And the big difference here is that Nyte has gone with 2 copies of Shield of Honor instead of 1 copy of ETC God of Metal and Shield of Honor, which is the case for Aidan. So against Westman, these guys, yes, they're roommates, they're teammates, but they're not bringing mirror lineups. So again, Nyte has aggro Paladin, so does Aidan, obviously. But this is a little bit different one. We have like more of a top and like Tyrion, Alex, Karen Bloodhoof in 2021. New and improved, baby. We're firing it away. But no. In terms of the Druid, obviously both players also have Druid. However, Aidan is playing the Clown Druid, you can call that, like the Double Primal Protector, stuff like that. Where we have Nyte with a Token Druid, and just like a quick run of decks there. We have a mid-range Demon Hunter coming through from Nyte, and we have a Control Priest coming out from Aidan here. It's going to be a double Paladin ban, pretty much to be expected, I would say. But again, obviously, I'm not too familiar with the like Rush Warrior, the Rush Warrior like matchups, right? So again, I can't really tell myself too much about that and how it should be played out. But again, how I see it, Rush Warrior should be pretty good against everything that's trying to put something on board. So again, I was expecting to see either double Paladin or double Rush Warrior ban, but it was double Paladin ban.
Yeah, and of course, Paladin is always feeling like one of the stronger setups, right? This is the deck sources that have long been at the top of the ranking charts, very high percentage wins and very easy climbs for a lot of people. So you just might not want to play against it. Back in the quarterfinals, we did see some players opt into just letting it roll through, kind of taking that loss and just being like, cool, right? Now all I have to do is beat your lowest hand deck, which is sometimes that Druid, sometimes a Shaman, depending on how they want to play it. So with both of those taken off the board, you're taking a look at all these. Obviously, the one that I'm taking a look at on the flip side is a Heal Priest coming out of Aidan, right? This is the Priest. No matter what, last playoffs match in the quarterfinals, we did see a Mirror Priest actually make an appearance, and through, I want to almost call sleight of hand, was able to sneak out a victory and actually boost that player up. But here with the Heal Priest is one of the lowest win rate Priest decks even. So kind of walk me through this. Do you feel this is going to be bad or not?
The thing is that I wouldn't necessarily call this Heal Priest, it's just straight up Control Priest, that's like in the very traditional sense. With Brown Masters going on this weekend being specialist for Hearthstone, we have seen some priest mirrors where like just been seeing like Ysera the Dreamer just being bounced around like it's in a bouncy castle or like in a tennis match. But this is a lot less top heavy. It's a lot more anti-aggro, or like, a lot more like removal orientated. Here we're going to be going up here with the Token Druid versus Rush Warrior matchup. A matchup that I'm not all too familiar with, I must admit, but I do feel like Rush Warrior has some pretty okay tools to get onto the board, and the Druid has very little removal. A lot of removal will be trading orientated here. Wait, hello? Did we just throw away Fungal Fortunes and Guest Await and Token Druid? What? Excuse me.
Oh, it's already started. Witta is going in on this, just going, what the heck is going on? Aidan goes ahead, drops out that imprisoned Gnarg. He is going to be dormant for a couple days and a couple turns, so very quick hit up. But I mean, tossing away that hand, Witta, I mean, your face is in your hands right now.
That's the risky move, Cutting. Let's see if it pays out for him.
Gotta call it, but that is going to be the parade leader thrown out early, of course, because Nyte really doesn't have any board to work with. Aidan already kind of prepped to lay out some of that early game damage if he can start laying down. Double rush, I think we have the Crab Rider and the Bumper Car prepped and waiting. Can only do one, but with the coin could drop two. Uncle Fortune's going to go ahead and be dropped. Take a look. 2 spells, make that 3, able to hang on to all 3 cards. So he's going to be kind of happy about the start here.
So again, let's kind of like rewind it back and figure out like why this parade just came out for no initial value. Like again, the only removal right there in the deck for Nyte here is going to be Lunar Eclipse, right? So again, you're pretty safe. You know, and the payoff turn coming out here is absolutely huge. And again, I was saying that I expect this to be Warrior favored because Warrior just deals with the board. There's no removal from the Druid, right? Mm-hmm. How does Nyte deal with this? There is like, even with like Lunar Eclipse, it doesn't matter. Yes, you can put up the taunt with the the Fallen Hall Sentinels, whatever they're called. Yes, Fallen Growth Sentinels, sorry, should I say. And yes, their 1/2s are gonna stop you from taking some damage here. But like, imagine this in combination with the ETC God of Metal that's gonna come out right now. Obviously, yes, it's gonna be paired up with the Arbor up here, so it's gonna be, you know, relatively speaking, fairly strong in terms of defending itself. But this is still a very heavy investment very early on. And they are, like, the Crab Rider value traits. And you're just trading the Bumper Car. You can even trade the Bumper Car once, take the tokens away from the Bumper Car, trade those into the other ones, and do incredible amounts of damage here as I'm just, like, completely, you know, just choking on my own words. It's just how absurd this is. That's a 1 minute in Fresher, by the way, as well. Like, it's just all coming up Millhouse for Aidan, and like, I could go back and talk about how Nyte's mulligan here was absolutely horrible, stuff like that. But in reality, right, the mulligan really didn't have an impact on this game overall. But that doesn't mean that mulligan wasn't incorrect.
It doesn't mean it's not incorrect, just a heavily, probably not proper choice. And of course, Aidan is probably like yelling across the room, just like, bro, why'd you do that? Why did you do that? And Nyte's like, I know, just leave me alone for the time being. We go ahead and take a look. A lot of damage out for Aidan, dropping, I think, Nyte down into potentially single digits here. This is not lethal, I don't believe. It's gonna be fairly close, maybe 1 or 2 off. Yeah, just 5 HP left, and Nyte, I don't think, has anything to stall this out.
All right, we're off to a flyer, mate. But again, obviously this matchup is very explosive in how it acts. It's a very aggressive matchup, right? Again, it comes down to like, can the Druid get onto the board and have a board that's able to fight back against these rush minions? And that was not the case here. So again, big start here for Aidan, going up 1-0 here, getting his warrior out of the way initially. But again, now, there is still a priest. There is still this, guardian animals druid. And again, I do believe that this priest, maybe it's a little bit of a weak spot actually here for Aidan, because the thing is that the Demon Hunter deck that comes out from the side of Knights is a very potent deck into specifically priest, just due to the amount of absurd damage that you can almost OTK them with, and you just like continue to pile on that pressure. Obviously, yes, you are going to be seeing Mind Render Illusion, and we're not going to be seeing Mind Render Illusion, which is a very, very weird omission from a priest deck at this level of play. But yes, I would expect this to be a Demon Hunter Q here. It's going to be a Druid Mirror instead, and this is going to come down to who gets the better opener, because if Nyte gets a hand like this, where he's going to be able to get this Glowfly Swarm up and away before Aidan can interact with it, then sure, great for him because he can be able to close out the game. But for Aidan right now, he just needs to find some of that ramp, and Overgrowth is looking hella tasty.
Yeah, looking super tasty. Still waiting to see what hands these players will keep. You go ahead and already see Aidan probably hoping to toss away a few of those cards, and instead draws up a Lunar plus an 8. I think that is going to be that. Taking a look here. Very sorry. That is going to be the Primordial Protector as well. So a little bit of a high cost hand to start. Nyte on the other side, sitting with a couple 2s. So of course, Nyte should be a little bit okay, depending on that. Guess the weight, maybe get an extra card for himself. So
yes, I can understand throwing away the second Gastaway, but I feel like this matchup is relatively slow in general. Again, unless your opponent has a very, very explosive hand. I'm not sure I agree with going under, but again, obviously, it's a very when you start hitting those like 2-mana spells, it becomes quite hard to predict. But again, now, why not just have the second Gastaway in the hand? Like, you're not gonna change the course of the game by throwing it away. You need the card draw, and even then, if you find a Fungal Fortunes per se, sure, great, fantastic. You just play that in turn 3 instead. You're just limiting your options here because Token Druid is a card filled with incredibly poor cards. The cards themselves are horrible. You need them to come together and synergize and create this perfect thing. And no, you do not Lightning Bloom Glowfly Swarm here. It just means it's either Thorn Grove Sentinels or you Hero Power Pass. I'm actually not sure what's the better play, but it's never Lightning Bloom Glowfly Swarm.
yeah, just still need a little time to work through. Might just go ahead and take that Shapeshift and snap back with a little bit of damage. You can see the hand starting to build over for Aidan as well. So taking a look, Teacher's Pet, high Overgrowth as well. The Primordial Protector, and so we're taking a look at Aidan, and he also doesn't have too much that he can set up. Right, this is with the Clown Druid, it's a little bit later in the game than say the Token Druid itself. So far in hand, is he going to enjoy kind of this lull in the engagement, or is he a little bit worried about the tokens that should be being dropped soon?
I do not agree with this line, but I can understand it. Okay, so you're throwing out 4 2/2s, which in turn are quite hard to deal with for this deck of Aidan's. That's a Speaker Gittra coming through here, allowing you to deal with one of these. Question now becomes, because I feel like this is always quite an Overgrowth, and I feel like you can just pair it off with the Lunar Eclipse, and again, just kind of relax for a second, because you do have the Teacher's Pet follow-up. Okay, you also could just go directly for the Teacher's Pet to try and slow down the process. Oh, okay, never mind. I can see. Okay, it's actually probably a way better play than whatever I was looking at doing here. Because again, this does set up for the Overgrowth coming out on the next turn, and also deals with the majority of the board. Obviously, yes, you get really traded off here, but it's fine because again, you know your opponent's overloaded, so they're going to have a relatively weak turn regardless.
Yep. Go ahead and drop it down to only 1 Glowfly. Might go ahead, throw down the Sentries just to keep a nice little shield up. Does have the Solar and Lunar Eclipse, which is a combination that we've seen utilized before by players. And yeah, gonna go ahead, throw it down, drop 2, and possibly throw a couple attacks. Immediately summon the Sentries with a 1/2 each, of course. Now going to wait and see what he can do next. Aidan looking at a minor board setup and is gonna go ahead, throw down the Overgrowth, and just prep for the upcoming turns.
Yes, obviously this board right here is fairly strong for Nyte, right? The Arbor Up is one of the greatest things to ever happen to Druid. It's one of the reasons why it's been so dominant here, and now, unless a Lake Fresher was found, Aidan would be kind of out of his depth in terms of trying to close down this game in particular. Can rush in a Teacher's Pet, but even then, you're still relatively likely looking at more or less lethal damage in the process, which is the scary part to look at right now, right? Because you're looking at, that's 12, 15, 18, plus the Savage Roar. That's well enough even through Taunt. So the question now becomes, is there lethal under the sun? And that was really weak, but I just kind of didn't know where to go with that.
Yeah, Power of the Wild. Taking a look, and looks like it's actually going to be the Gibberling play from Nyte. Says, oh, might not have a whole lot of pressure and potential, but is going to go ahead, do the adorable infestation, and immediately picks up another cub. So yeah, this is a massive board setup, and that's a double up on the solar eclipse. So I think that's going to go ahead and be lethal. That should easily be lethal.
No, he missed lethal by wasting mana on the... No, actually, wait. Why did the infestation die? 1 second, sorry, that might just be me being dumb.
Oh, one off feels bad.
Maybe if we could hero power somewhere instead. Like, why did the infestation go this time?
Not too sure, but of course that is still a Nyte just like barely stalled it out.
Draw though, that's insane. If that's gonna be enough, actually. Double snap in the same spot here. Does that change anything here? Double Lake Fresher coming out here would be absolutely critical. Is he even running Lake Fresher? He's only running 1 Lake Fresher, so that's impossible. Out here just doing the thing and like calling the impossible. And that's gonna be it, unless there's just infinite taunts hiding behind. And yes, obviously the strongman's gonna come down here, but like, look at his turn had there been a Lake Fresher, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna be able to clean up a lot of the board. He's going to be able to hide behind this strongman potentially for yet another turn. That is not gonna be the case right here. Had the top deck been something else, I don't know. Like, there's so many different things to consider. Obviously, the game is going to be over here. Nyte is going to take game number 2 here, tying it all up 1-1. And Token Druid prevails in this matchup, which I think is to be expected, right? Because again, the Token Druid does come out under the other Druid fairly often, right? You're going to be forced to make some pretty suboptimal plays a lot of the time. But now, this Druid deck could end up struggling quite a lot for the rest of the series here for Aidan. But the question now beckons: do you stay or do you go away from this Druid?
Well, you are facing up against a Rush Warrior and a mid-range Demon Hunter, so we are kind of curious, and we are going to go ahead, see Aidan stick with that Druid and say, cool, this is the deck that I have to win with if I want to prioritize a victory here. So gonna attempt that against the Warrior, and keep in mind, this Warrior deck is a little bit more low cost than Aidan's, so it's going to be, I feel a little bit faster in that regard as well by stacking up.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, see a full mulligan away here, and already right now, look at the hand for Aidan here. Granted that he doesn't die, which again, that's a pretty big if right now, all things that are looking at the Imprisoned Garnak, Parade Leader, etc. The ability to go for Overgrowth on turn 4 into Guardian Animals with that Lightning Bloom could be huge, but yet again, we're looking at a Coin Parade Leader, which is going to be paired up very, very nicely with that bumper card coming through, pushing it out. But now the turn here, the curve is going to be sped up just ever so slightly, right, with the pickup of that nature studies here, going to allow for the Overgrowth coming out next turn. You could potentially even look for something like the age-old Lunar Eclipse. Didn't find it. Lunar Eclipse here would have been absolutely insane. And so obviously for a lot of people, like, that is a snap pick Fungal Fortunes if you're playing something like Token. The issue is that Aidan really likes his minions, like they're his friends, so he actually doesn't want to discard them. So I can understand, you know, taking your time, trying to sit back, relax, trying to figure out where you want to go from here, but Overgrowth's going to come out here, it's going to have to be the play regardless. It's going to set you up to 6 mana next turn, innovate onto that Guardian Animals, which, again, if there's a Lake Fresher, is going to be a quite nice way to get you back onto the board. Even without a Lake Fresher, should be fairly strong here. So the question now beckons: Playmaking played out here onto open board without generating any of the value, right? And this is a maximum tempo game plan. Oh, that's a strongman top deck.
Oh, jeez.
Why do you not just do that? Like, come on, just involve us a little. This is probably the best draw in the deck for Aidan, right? Because again, he's going to be able to pile even more pressure onto it. And the tools that Nyte would need to come back on the board would be Parade Leader, would be the Playmaker. And do you know what? They're benched. The Playmaker has been benched for defensive player here. The ball-winning midfielder prevails yet again.
That is the second time I think Aidan has gotten a beautiful start in these early stages, right? Game number 1 with that Rush Warrior, he was able to play a quick tempo, I think ended on turn 4 or 5. And this time around, he completely swept everything Nyte was attempting to do. You go ahead and see the weapon drop, but that is a huge board clear for him. And currently sitting only on the Gnargs, which you kind of want to sit on much. I feel like you want to toss those out a little bit earlier, get the dormants going, but that is a massive board for Aidan right now.
I actually don't even know if you need to go for the lunar eclipse here. My body is telling me you don't. I actually don't even know if this is an arbor upturn either. I feel like you could probably get away with just playing the 5/4 draw card, but I guess you have another GA coming out on the following turn, which means you're not allowed to. Also, this is just too much to handle.
I think this is. I think this is it. Looking at his hand, he's got a bunch of 1s and 2s, goes ahead, drops the conditioning, and yes, that's going to buff it up slightly. You have looks like 2 or 3 rushes. The Crab Rider should be able to take out 1 or 2, but I mean, yeah, that's going to be it. Nyte goes ahead and surrenders to the Druid's power, and that's going to put Aidan up 2-1 in this current series of the roommates.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about, like, with the Druid gets onto the board with those perfect draws, it's a very hard deck to beat. It's very linear. But now we are going to be watching Illusia. Like, we're gonna watch Control Priest without Mind Render Illusia. Like, just listen to it. It doesn't sound right, because you know what? It's not right. It's not okay. I mean, playing Priest in general is not okay. But playing Priest without your best card? Dude, that's just messed up. Like, why would you put yourself through the pains of playing Priest without playing the sole reason why so many people on the daily stray further and further away from God's light by playing Control Priest? And also, why did we throw away Mana Fetus and Ferret? It's gonna come right back like a good dog in us.
I love the sound. You can hear Widow's mind and the heart just shattering into pieces. Actively hearing it. I'm pretty sure if we weren't, he would be on the ground just like in a ball crying. This is just hurting him internally so much. Little bit of a toss away by some of those. And we go ahead and see the coin dropped early on Nyte's side. Gonna go ahead and give himself a little extra in that strength, and goes ahead, starts off with a Fellfire Deadeye, and is going to start prepping the board. Aidan going ahead, sitting with a Venomous Scorpid, goes ahead and draws the Hysteria. Not optimal, I guess, but goes ahead and is going to heal himself up. This is just going to be a battle of attrition, it feels like.
So let me tell you about my best friend, Manafita Panthera, and why it's fantastic. Look at this, it's 2 mana draw a card with a 2/3 body, and most of the situations you're just hero power. Like, because again, the hero power in Demon Hunter is so cheap that it just goes so well. Like, there are very few decks that aren't OTK Lifesteal Demon Hunter that goes without including Manafita Panthera, just simply due to how efficient it is. Like, you won't find many other cards in the game that are more efficient than Manafita Panthera in terms of like what it does for its mana cost. And now, Mancrick coming through here on turn 3 should be quite nice as well. Just, you know, hits all the right spots here, all the right moves. And you have to make a trade here that's going to be a little bit awkward. Gotta feel slightly bad again, obviously. Like, that is just the power of the poisonous key tag. Like, not key tag, keyword, rather, sorry, should I say. But again, board has pretty much been secured as of right now. Condemned's gonna come out later on in the game and do something fantastic. But again, palm reading here could be what you need. Neither of these are really that fantastic. I mean, Powered Fortitude is an interesting discover in a lot of Priest decks. But again, this Priest deck doesn't have like Suffolk Valley, where it's like to use that card as a way for you to start off those miracle turns. So, like, again, so you're running double insights. You're not running Mind Render Illusion. Obviously, yes, you're going to be able to get some pretty damn good reductions here with the only... Like, there are not that many minions in the deck, right? So you have a pretty general idea what you want to do. Frogglaive is pretty bad, I'd say. It's not something that you would like to see on your screen right now. Alright, sit back, relax, Chaos Strike, Hero Power. Hit the wife. Okay. just top deck the wife, rather, sorry, should I say.
That's it.
Top deck the wife, and then, you know, just start going face. And again, one of the reasons why this deck is so incredibly potent in this matchup, like, look at this board. Yes, obviously, hitting the wife on turn 4, absolutely ridiculous. Like, even without the wife. How does the Priest deal with this? There's Hysteria, yes, fantastic. He starts to come down, do a lot. But even then, Aidan is at 14. And if you start looking at damage in the hand, like you're looking at Double Fury, that's 6 damage. Chaos Strike that makes it to 8. It's not gonna take that long. Like the second the next minion sticks around and hits like Aidan in the face like once, then you already know that it's going to be pretty hard for them to do something. Again, like we haven't even gotten to start talking about weapons like Walker, so Asnoth that's in the deck. We haven't seen a Scholar called Dan come out just yet. We haven't seen the Illidari Inquisitors. Okay, words are hard, okay? Words are hard. Talking about the Walklaves, there they are. Swing that to face, clean up the board as well in a process. Set up for pretty much lethal on the following turn with the Double Fury and Chaos Strike. And I guess that Nyte is feeling just fine right now.
Yeah, he's gonna be happy, and Aidan, you can already tell. I bet just hearing his roommate over the wall, I got you now. This is it. Not anything really in there. Does have the taunt available with drawing that circus right off the top, and gonna go ahead and drop it up to 13.
Why do we not Apotheosis here? Apotheosis, okay. Silence is not a keyword in Demon Hunter at the moment. Apotheosis here is guaranteed 6 healing at minimum with the weapon swings. There is no way for Demon Hunter. You have the deck list open. Right, you can look at the deck list and you can see there is relatively close to no way that your opponent can deal with this. However, Bladed Lady is quite nice now, gets through that, and again, there could have been more life to work with for Aidan, but you know what, there isn't.
Yeah.
And now he's at 1 life.
He's sitting with a single lifeline of health. This is all he has. Draws a renew, which, I mean, yeah, you give yourself a little bit, but that's only at 4. I mean, what more can you do? Goes ahead and discovers the flash shield. This is what he wanted, though. Goes ahead and pops himself right back up to 9. Nyte's like, come on, man. That's not cool. I am the only one that can top deck something like that. Please.
Right, so the thing is that by using the flash shield, he's now unable to hero power, but he really needs a Sarella. Right, could also just go with condemn hero power instead, if that's the name of the game. Right here, I would probably lean in towards doing that, because again, I just enjoy having, like, I feel like condemn here, just these lines are very nice, and again, whenever you forgo a hero power, you're never gonna get that 2 HP back, right? Because the thing is that a card stays in your hand. However, a hero power is just, like, if you just don't use a hero power, you're not gonna get that, there's no accumulative value coming out of that. So now it has to be Scholar Gul'dan, and it's that right there in the middle, that sender, full send from Nyte. Pursuit is great, Panthera is great. Illidari Inquisitor for 5 mana is also quite the Hearthstone card. So now, again, gotta play it slow. You don't have to fully commit. But open right now, right? You're looking at 16 damage from hand. Next turn, for cards that, like these cards normally would combine to 14 mana, and they're gonna come down in combination on turn 8. Isn't Scholar Gul'dan a lovely host?
It's perfectly balanced. It's as all things should be. It is perfect as Aidan is trying to figure out what can do. Just drew a Blade Master and doesn't do much with only a 2/3 on the board. So actually looking at the Asara and gonna go ahead and drop down the Dreamer. Let's see what he opts into afterwards, because still has a few zeros that can be played. But again, a 4/12 is not enough. No taunt.
There is no taunt. Fair enough. First of all, cool. Again, obviously there aren't there isn't a lot of other options with that specific hand. Yeah. And again, obviously we can kind of like just go back. had just think about the ramifications if the taunt hadn't been able to be cleared by a single Blader Lady, right? And that's the type of thing that you have to sit back and think about. Like, what the so yes, obviously, you're holding it back for Samuro, right? That's a big thing. But again, think about how Demon Hunter works. Demon Hunter doesn't build these massive wide board states that you then heal to full from with Blade, Master, Reno, Jackson, or whatever you want to call that interaction with the Samurai, right? That is not the case. That was like, again, and this is one of the reasons why a lot of people, and Priest in general, has a very low win rate on ladder. The deck is really hard to perfectly navigate, and I'm not saying that if I was in the position of Aidan right there, that I would have made a different play. I'm just saying that for you to maximize your win rate with a deck like Priest, you have to see those lines. You have to really understand why you're doing something when you're doing it. Because if you're not doing, if you don't have that base understanding of what you're doing, then it's really hard for you to find those percentages that you need to win those matches, because Priest is not straightforward to play.
Yeah, not at all. It's a complicated navigation, even though it seems to be just one of those that you would hope would be simple. But we go ahead, take a look here. In the final match of this series, it will be the Rush Warrior coming out for Nyte versus that Control Priest that you were talking about. And, you know, maybe second time's a charm. You don't have any third chance here. As immediately Aidan goes ahead and starts things off with a little bit of a discover on a dragon and draws a 9/8 for the Runaway Blackwing, the Proto Drake, and the Hothead.
I mean, this is just always Proto Drake, no? I don't know why you need the Hothead. Yes, you can play it the next turn, but why would you not just play 4-mana Onyx Mage Scribe instead? It's kind of like my idea, right? Because, I mean, so the particular thing with this, right, is that it does synergize to a certain extent here, right? I will heavily say that that's correct. That is true. That it does synergize with the fact you're now able to Holy Smite together with the Hothead to put over the taunt. It's probably one of the better minions for you in the deck, right, to hit that onto with the buff from the draw guy. But again, stage dive data, sorry. Again, also now there's a 4/6 taunt in the way, right? That's pretty good.
Yeah. Just set yourself up knowing that the rush is probably going to come out. Now, of course, the Crab Rider got a little extra buff, so that should deal with the taunt if he wants to. Question marks, of course, abound. It looks like he will go ahead and trade that 3/5 for the 4/6. He is going to also try and discover a little bit. Goes, have the Pearl Tusk, Flyer, and Runthak in there. So goes ahead and, yeah, why not grab up that Overlord? Might as well hang on to it.
So again, think about the minions that are currently in hand, right? You're looking at double Troublemaker. Again, that's a very unfortunate mulligan. You do not want to go for that normally. It's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think anyone can really doubt that. However, Runthak here, like if you start buffing up those Troublemakers, they become quite hard to deal with unless Hysteria is involved. Because already like based, like they become 7/9s, and that's a pretty hard stat to deal with unless there's Shadow of Death or Hysteria, stuff like that. And it's just a continuous threat. They're just gonna keep going. Rakara is also just such a good minion, but I feel like just Timber or Runthak here is the play. Because again, Priest doesn't deal with this unless there's specifically double Holy Smite. Shadow of Pain, not a card in the deck. I don't think it's even a card in Standard anymore. I could be wrong on that one. But I mean, even that, like, it's still odd. Like, this is still a hand. Like, I'm not saying that Nyte is in the driver's seat at all. It's just a hand as of right now that is definitely an interesting one. That's a pretty interesting usage of the race stat as well, though. Like, surely you could have done that next turn with the Onyx Mage Scribe and gotten that spell burst. Especially if you're just gonna play Wandmaker here. There are so many things wrong with this turn, right? Think about it. Because again, the reason for wanting to go for that specific play, would have been to go for Crimson Hothead, Holy Smite to get the buff to ensure the Runthak doesn't value trade anything, right? And I can understand that. That is a totally reasonable play to go for. But by doing this middle of the line weird play, was that really the way you wanted to do that?
Well, that's the way that Aidan apparently says so, but now he loses that Wand Maker. Oh, still sitting on that Crimson Hothead. Now he's facing down a heavy board with Run That continuously buffing. He does not have anything to take that card out. He only has the Crimson Hothead, which paired up with that Holy Smite, if he wishes to, might be able to take out one. And instead goes for the Wave of Apathy, setting everyone down to 1, but that's only for 1 turn. And goes ahead and gives himself a 4/6 buff shield. That's still going to be a little bit of a complication for the time being, as he's still watching these Rush Warriors come out. That's sitting, Warmaw Challenger is sitting on a 211 right now, has that 10th Thrasher, and is going to go ahead and say, cool, let's play it out. Let's have a bit of fun. Let's dance.
Yeah, let's be having you. But again, I feel like there's probably just better. Like, was there a Hysteria clear? I guess it's an interesting one, because the thing is that Rakara plus Runfang is such an interesting. It's just an interesting pair when you have to account for that, like, Hysteria, right? Because the thing is that every time a minion attacks with Rakara on play, the minion gets +1/+1 if it survives. So if you're banking on a clear, where the minion that you're aiming to hit here, like, we're gonna look this in action, right? Look at the buffs coming through here. This is the worst minion to go for, right? Because again, that's just 2 extra buffs. They could have been even worse. Had those, panned out in any other way, that would have been upwards of 4 buffs on these minions in hand.
Yep.
And I'm not even joking. That's how horrible that could have ended up being.
It's already bad, as the Troublemaker is sitting on 10-12. That's already danger enough. I feel that you're just like, this is awful.
5-14 Walmart hardcore chilling in hand. It's gonna farm this minion, dude.
It's gonna be painful. Nyte's just gonna have a laughingly good time. Has plenty and goes, yeah, here we go. This is the time to watch your face drain of blood. 2 smacks still up at a 5/6. Is still going to give the damage with the Shield of Honor straight over to the Warmaw Challenger, and that's going to buff him up even more. This is looking more and more dire for Aidan, as he is sitting on a Mage Scribe. Goes ahead, drops that down. Yes, has the 4 and 9. What 2 spells will he potentially draw? Now goes ahead, gets rid of that. So well played in that setup, and draws a Raise Dead and Power Infusion.
And these are bad, right? Because we have the full picture. Because we know that as of right now, it's impossible for Aidan to deal with these troublemakers. They are gonna run wild all over this town. Double to the dome as well. They stick around. Hello?
They stick around, and now the Venomous Scorpion comes out, I feel, a little bit late. Looks into a Nova Luminance and Shadows spells. All just not enough. Maybe the Nova later on might be able to help out, but it's just not going to be a board clear. There's no way that he can get rid of this, so that's going to be an extra set of Ruffians coming out. No. And if Nyte decides to, he could drop the second one, have 4 at each turn. I don't think Aidan should survive the next 2 turns.
I don't know why we're talking about it. Like, Private in the Shadow here, you have a relatively high chance of hitting the second copy of Shadow of Death in your hand, or deck roll, so should I say. That was not the case, but even Apotheosis here is pretty okay as just a way for you to somewhat stay alive for now, right? Because again, that's going to be 6 healing reverse, so should I say, and that's going to be 6 healing continuous. Yes, you're not going to deal with the 10-12, which is the major issue at hand. I do agree with that sentiment. Another play here could be to go for Renew into Death, right? That's another particular way to go for it. Also, Hysteria here could work out in a way that is favorable for you. Like, it just has to pray to stay alive for now. But again, we can see that there is 21 damage all available here. Actually, even more than that. There is 24 here. Alex Strauss to the Lifebinder alongside the weapon swings. And that, just like that here, Nyte is going to be the winner of the first semifinals of the Champions Division in a tight, close-fought 3-2 series.
Yeah, just a well done play. Again, the roommate bragging rights does go to Nyte with what you had described, and I think has to be a little bit feared, is a little bit more clean decks, right? These are decks that have been a little bit more put together, and just like you said, that Priest faltering at the very end, and feels kind of bad there. So very well done to Nyte there, and Aidan unfortunately goes home and sits in his bed for a little bit, but is happy to know that he pushed it to a game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just do some quick talking now. Obviously, the two of us are going to be on for another match tonight. We're going to be going down into the emergence division here. We're going to be watching Ruben going up against EV Angel here. So you looked at a little bit of that deck lists. Could you tell our lovely viewers at home a little bit about them? And you were totally not ready for me to put you on the spot like that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm very sorry about that. So we do have the deck list though, and of course for Ruben it will be the Rush Warrior, Control Priest, Miracle Rogue, and Aggro Paladin. Versus on Angel, who is coming in here, we'll have the Secret Paladin, the mid-range Demon Hunter, which we did see take a victory, I believe, and then the Spell Damage Mage and the Face Hunter, the first Hunter that we've seen thus far here in the semifinals.
Yeah. And Face Hunter is a pretty interesting deck in general, right? Like, I was maybe underestimating it a little bit in terms of what I would expect from it, but like again, like it's obviously a very good deck. It has like severe like lacks. Obviously, it's a Face Hunter deck. It doesn't like there are like some, like especially Paladin. I feel like it's such a horrible matchup. Anything that really actively contests you on board is gonna be a very, very, very bad time for you. So that's going to be something to look out for, at least. I've been playing this exact list pretty much on ladder. I didn't play double hatchet, but it's pretty close to being what I play on ladder and you know, enjoy myself with whenever I feel like playing Face Hunter. I do like this entire lineup overall, to be completely honest here. I do really like the Spell Damage Mage. I don't like the particular build, but I like the archetype overall. And again, obviously, we're talking about the mid-range Demon Hunter. You know, just overall super, super, super solid deck. And as well, going to be going for the aggro Secret Paladin with the Cannon Master Smythe top end, something that has been phased out over time because they found out that Cannon Master Smythe, he's not as good as we did believe him to be.
Yeah, well, we will have to wait and see. Of course, we will go to a very short break and make sure everyone is set up with water, food, and a lot of little snacks to go along with it. So please do not go anywhere, or actually do go take a short break. Come back here in just a few minutes as we introduce our next players.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
And welcome as we are going into our second match of the day, dropping down into the Emergence division, but still that much hype with the semifinals. We do have Ruben, who will be going by Hype, and EV Angel coming out here, first seed against fourth seed. Once again, a little bit of a brutal contention, whereas Ruben, I believe, has beaten EV Angel twice, once in week 5 and once in week 7. However, it did get closer, wasn't a clean sweep, so hopefully have a very interesting match today.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, I have my doubts about particular deck builds and stuff like that. When you're obviously, again, when you are within the Emergence division, it's not, you know, a guarantee that you have every card in the game and you're like that super serious level, right? So where you're like me, have every card in the game, stuff like that. But the decks here actually look fine. They look correct for the most part, at least archetype wise. There is not Nelhat's favorite archetype in the world called Heap Mage. That does not exist here. We actually have at least confined stacks of cards. We have refined stacks of cards, not just heaps of, you know, everyday waste here. So we talked a little bit about EV Angel's lineup right before we went into to break. So let's talk about Hype instead. So we have the classic Rage. I was to say Rage Warrior. Rage Warrior was classic last year. We like, come on, get your head in the game. Okay, last stand-up year we had Rage Warrior, but who knows, we might have Rush Warrior now. This is right there. Then there is another Illusionless Priest. It is what it is. At least there's a Cafoon in there, right, to have an alternate win condition. Then there is a Secret Rogue. With one copy of Spark Cheat, and also has a lot of the other interesting things in there. A little bit of a mismatch between regular Tempo Rogue and Secret Rogue. And then there is the Secret Paladin coming out here with the top end of the Hammer of the Naru. So again, I'm not fully sure what you would actually ban right now. Again, obviously, we're still in a relatively new metagame, right? We don't have the full straight up idea about what beats what to the full extent just yet. We're getting ever so closer by the day, by the hour, obviously all those stats.
Yeah, just a lot of options. That's what you're really looking at here. So we'll go ahead, give them time to mull over it as we do go ahead, go to one more ad break before we do go into our semifinal match of the evening for the Emergence division between Hype and EV Angel.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
We are back coming into our match between Hype and EV Angel in the Emergence division. Now, this will be the only Emergence playoff semifinals that we get to see because the next two matches this evening will be in the Challengers and the Champions. So right after this one will be the Challengers other semifinals with Bog Nasty and Sasajiro facing off. That will be the first seed versus the fifth seed right there. In the Champions, though, to round things out will be Putis and King Milo. So you were talking about that a little bit. Arcadia, the other Arcadia member, going in there versus King Me, and we'll see if they can face out there. But again, here right now we do have the Emergence. We touched on both so far. You were kind of curious about which ones would be banned out, and again, here in Emergence, it's really just more about feel. How do you feel against this deck? How do you feel in this certain matchup? Do you see either one that will potentially have a higher percentage of being banned out, or do you think it's just going to be kind of up to the players?
I mean, like from a pure power perspective, right? In terms of the deck level, you can't really, beat around the bush when it comes to Paladin. We saw that in the previous series as well, where we saw a double Paladin ban. And as we do know right now, both players are currently on a Paladin in their lineup, so we'll expect to see both Paladin bans away. Paladins banned away, and then we'll be on our joyous day. That is not going to be the case, though. That is going to be a Hunter ban coming out here, so Angel will not be allowed to play Hunter, and a Hype will not be able to play Paladin. So at least I want you to know 50% correct here, so at least one Paladin ban. Not multiple, but we'll take it.
Yeah, just taking both of those away. So the Face Hunter not going to be anymore. That does leave us with Hype for the Warrior, the Priest, and the Rogue. So with that piece kind of thrown in, a little bit worried about that setup. But EV Angel with the Paladin, the Demon Hunter, and the Mage. So of course the Paladin's still in play. Do you feel like that's going to easily solidify Angel with a 1-0 advantage in the current setup?
I wouldn't say so in particular. It's one of those things where if you start looking at the Paladins like matchup spreads, it's just insane like how good of a matchup spread it has as a deck in general. Because the thing is that it's a deck that it can just beat any deck in the game if played correct. And it just sometimes it just runs away with the game, just just takes on the world and just grows up to beat everything every other deck in the game can aspire to be, But it's not an automatic one for sure, right? Again, the Priest can definitely out-control it, the Warrior can contest it on board, etc., etc. Like, it's not a flawless deck, it's not a deck that, can do whatever it wants to do. But I do very much like just leading with the deck here, just trying to get a feel of how it goes. So again, a bit of a traditional build, right? You're seeing Vivacious Readers in there, not really a card that you expect to see in this deck in general, right? But again, Interpret Initiates, a fantastic card on turn one, especially when you have that secret to buff with that attack on the follow-up.
Yep, gonna go ahead and layer it out. So we do see starting hands. Let's go ahead and take a look. We do for EV Angel, we will see that Crossroads Gossiper double up and the Avenge, but the starting out will be Intrepid Initiate. Hype, though, sitting with some setups. So we do see two bumper cars and the Rokara set up for the Minion Rush. Athletic Studies, though, being hovered if he wants to throw it out with the conditioning on the far end of the hand. So Hype has some options if he wishes, and of course that Intrepid Initiate he wants to. I mean, it's not that much of a card to worry about, but already stalling out on what he wants to do, that's going to be cause for a little bit of concern here, as yep, looks like he will go ahead and start with the bumper card to force things off.
Yeah, like again, this is a perfectly valid play, right? At the end of the day, it starts against this board here, and like the best card here is probably Noble Sacrifice. And if you develop the Avenge without developing the Noble Sacrifice, what is the meaning of life?
Just why not? And instead it goes for that quick slam. Hovering over the conditioning as well, but has a bumper car still prepped and waiting. Still a 3-1. Will chip away at the health or take out the other bumper cars if he wishes, and he opts to trade a bumper car, possibly throw down a new one, as he will have the Rider spawning in his hands if he wishes to rush those.
So let's just sit back and relax for a while, okay? So You have double Crossroads Gossiper in hand. Yes, you want to get value from those. That's probably not going to happen. That's totally okay. But for some reason, there's not a 5-3 in play right now. And at least to me, a 5-3 seems like a pretty damn good minion to have on board, right? Especially when you are the aggro deck. Yes, these Crossroads Gossipers would have been lovely. You can, get those insane buffs on them, right? Make these big and bad minions. But if that was your line of play, why not just hero power? Right? Like, get another minion onto the board you can work with instead. There is no reason to develop the Avenge right there. Like, yes, it's an Avenge. Yes, you can make your opponent play bad cards around it, potentially, because it's another secret. But in an open deckless format, just yeeting out a secret like that just does not seem like something that appeals to me as a play, especially not when you have that strong 1-2 punch.
Yeah, and you can already see here a double rush of the Riders will go ahead and eclipse that goody 2 shields. It will be no more on the map. Unfortunately, can't drop that Avenge now. No minions on the board to kind of take action. Second goody 2 shoes, but instead goes for the Crossroads Gossiper like you were talking about. Now gonna lay that one down, and the Noble Sacrifice as well will finally be in place. So doubling up on the secrets thus far. Hype needs to be a little bit cautious in the current setup on what he wants to kind of lay out the roadmap for his next moves.
Yeah, so this is the payoff, right? Like, this is the reason why EV Angel decided to operate as they did. And they are going to get rewarded because apparently this opponent doesn't feel safe in taking part of the sport. They want to get the extra buff from the conditioning and the follow-up, which, at least in my mind right now, at least just means, you know what, we're going to go for conviction here, get the buff onto either minion, both minions, so should I say, just start hitting our opponent in the face. Like, this is a pretty strong play overall. Like, this one I do agree with. Again, no reason to hold back the value right there. Just bank the damage when you can, especially against a deck like Rush Warrior, which is very adept at engaging with these board states. So Rakaru, like, there are like different ways here. So like on paper, the Dalaran Rider here should come down, do a pretty good job, and then you can use the other one to clean up the one, which is actually incredibly tricky. I don't know, maybe I was a little bit too hard on EV Angel in terms of how hard this board is going to be to dissect, because both of these Crossroads Gossipers are going to get +4/+4, and then one of them is going to get +3/+2.
Mm-hmm. It looks like it will be double up on that.
Maybe I was a little bit too rough. Okay, so like in my mind, this play never happens. Okay. Like, in my mind, we played Crossroads. So, in my mind, this play happens like never.
Yeah, that's just
So, okay, so apparently you guys lost the footage for a while, but Hype saw that board state and ended up just conceding. And again, it's one of the reasons why we just, tend to ban Paladin kits. Don't do Hunter bans at home. Like, those are bad. Just do Paladin bans when you have a lineup that is relatively like weak to the Paladin all over the shop. Just say, you know what, it's fine. Face Hunter can sort of just fizzle out, trickle out, not do the entirety of the things always. But yeah, unsure as to what we're gonna be doing right now.
Yeah, just a very well and snowbally EV Angel right there. And that, I think that, I was talking about it a little bit. Does this guarantee a 1-0? Well, in that sense, it kind of did, right? Just that stack, it was allowed to roll forward, where a Rush Warrior, in that sense, I feel, should have had a little bit more priority and agency, right? Had a couple opportunities to clear out those Crossroads, didn't take that opportunity, let the secrets roll in even more, and it just got out of hand after that. So now we'll go ahead, take a look at this second battle between Hype and EV Angel. If we do get the opportunity to speed things up. Yep, there we go. I am in, at least, and that is a problem with my PC. But we do go ahead and see the Warrior versus Mage. So Hype going back to the Warrior, and this time EV Angel gonna be trying to throw out some spells.
Yeah, so, and the thing is that, like, So Refreshing Spring Water is generally speaking really strong in decks that don't run minions. So you've seen a no minion mage, like a lunacy mage. Call it whatever you want, right? Like you can call it whatever you want, and it can do magical things. But in this deck in particular, there's a very high likelihood of you hitting minions, so again, it's a little bit less consistent. And I also do not necessarily believe it to be a cape. I also don't know if I like Cram Session cape. But so I played a fair share of this type of mage recently. But so this type of mage, say, with a little bit of a generous vibe to it, because I haven't played this particular list, and this particular list seems somewhat suboptimal to me. Like, for some reason, there's 2 copies of Arcane Luminary in here, which I feel like probably should not be there. Obviously, so the main priority of this deck is to get access to Aidan. Whether that's through Primordial Studies in your opening hand or just having it in your mulligan, the card, you know, is +2 spell damage, and it shuffles the spell damage into a minion in your deck, which allows for some insane chains of spell damage, right? So you can do like some really insane spell chains. And I mean, that's one of the prerequisites for winning in this matchup in particular, because again, you need the spell damage to clear those boards. So now the question beckons. What is going to be the minion of choice? I don't like going for the hero power here. Like, just playing a 1/10 on board feels pretty good to me, regardless of what's the current game state.
Yeah, well, opportunity was abound, but Hype decides not to do the stage dive just yet. Opts to hold on to it, and the Imprisoned Phoenix is going to come out for EV Angel, so already prepping for that spell damage. Does have an opportunity, and that's going to be an immediate draw of the Sword Eater. Going ahead, equipping a 3/2 for his hand. So Hype, there you were talking about, immediately ends his turn. Doesn't opt to actually attack, which is somewhat surprising there.
I mean, holding back the weapon swing here, it makes perfect sense, right? Because again, this is not really a tool for face damage right now. Again, EV Angel currently speaking at 30 life. Like, removing 10% of your opponent's HP when they're at 30% and when they're at 30 life is not that strong, so there's no real reason to do it. And again, the ever so important thing for EV Angel right now is trying to manage the hand space issue currently at hand. Stuck with 8 cards, and pretty much every card in the hand right here either generates cards with Evocation or Ruined Orb, but like also like just this Cram Session and Arcane Intellect draws. And again, this Cram Session is probably aimed to be played out on the following turn when the Imprisoned Phoenix awakes from its dormant state. You know, one might say when it rises back from the ashes here, but Ruined Orb gonna come out here. I expect that to be a fireball pick, just trying to accumulate as much damage as possible. But again, this hand is very clunky in terms of how it functions right now. A lot of cards that draw or generate, as I was saying before, which means that Hype has a lot of time, but also Hype needs to get onto the board somewhat slowly here just to ensure that they can start existence. But look at this, that's a 5/7 Crab Rider, which again, due to the pickup of that fireball, will be dealt with very easily. But yet again, EV Angel will be set back 1 turn if they opt to go for that play.
Yep, and draws out a Refreshing Spring Water. You like to see that. Being able to hold that in hand. Has to get rid of something though, right? You do have a +2 on spell damage, so you're happy with that current set, but yeah, might have to take that dive, might have to go ahead and drop that 8 damage on the Crab Rider, because that's going to be a nasty next following turn. A lot of options though. Bumpakar also has that 3/5. It goes ahead and drops the Lab Partner. Should be quite a bit more, and opts to do the Shooting Stars. So this is a little bit softer, but a double Shooting Star means this should be a board clear into an attack. So dealt with at the same time as clearing out that hand means that EV Angel shouldn't have to sacrifice any cards on the following.
So you have this card called Cram Session, which the card draw on it scales with spell power. You've just played out. You have the highest amount of spell power that you can have in play pretty much for the rest of the game, yet you opt to hero power instead of drawing 4 cards. Say that with me. 4 cards. This card miraculously draws 1. It's a 2-mana draw 4. That's an illegal Hearthstone card. Why do we opt to ping instead of playing the illegal Hearthstone card? We don't even have hand space issues anymore.
It hurts. It hurts a little bit, and actually it hurts a lot. I take that back. It hurts a lot. I didn't want to say it, but it does. We're gonna go ahead, see the bumper card, take out that poor little assistant. The assistant is no more. Ever been run over by a bumper car? It is not fun, and he knows it firsthand. So now taking a look, 6-5 and a 3-4 plus a 3-1 weapon in hand means that no one should really have an opportunity, especially for EV Angel, who is just gonna have to face tank a lot of this upcoming damage.
Yeah, obviously, so the downside of going for the play that EV Angel went for last time with the double shooting star is that now Hype has gotten pretty much a license to just go wide. And again, yes, removing the playmaker here is going to take off a significant chunk of power off the board, but even right now, you're still staring down 5, you're looking at the raw fact now again, and by using that fireball, you've provided so much information to your opponent, right? You know what the generated spell was, you know that it's going to be a very small likelihood of that raw fact just getting cleared. So again, a tempo 5-8 here is pretty strong. I mean, you can even go for the Corsair Cash to set up the Outrider's Axe for the following turn, meaning that this weapon swing can go to the face, and just slowly but surely start to set up ways to close out the game.
Oh, and drawing another Mana Biscuit, that I feel doesn't bode well, right? You're looking at a heavy amount of damage. That's 10 damage plus any extra that might come out. If this could be 2 turns that EV Angel has to kind of mitigate anything that's going to happen. Now, Evocation I have seen. Personally, I love that card just because it creates so much variance and just a lot of mayhem. If you can clear your hand, that is the sole problem here. So, you're gonna see Refreshing Spring Water get dropped here. Gonna go ahead, draw 2 more, and gets Astromaster, Solarian, and Frost Whisper as well. Can only cast a Solarian though. He's only sitting on 3 mana. EV Angel in a tough little spot.
So again, that's what we're talking about, right? The Refreshing Spring Water deck with minions will always have an innate risk of not really going the way you want it to go, right? So let's talk about like the application of the Mana Biscuits. Obviously, is to set up like some almost OTK style turns, right? Where you maybe have your Imprisoned Phoenix coming back from the dead. You have your double fireball, potentially even more burst generated from other parts of your deck. Maybe even more spell power coming through, right? And then you just, fire at will, fire away, and do a ton of damage. When you're under defensive like this, those Mana Biscuits, they don't help you for nothing. Like, they are beyond useless pretty much right now. Unless there is some miracle play here that I don't see for 10 mana, which there very well might be. I just do not see it in any stretch of the imagination, because yes, you have some spell power, you have that in conjunction with the Frost Whisper, but again, it doesn't really do anything here. So I do believe that in due time, we are going to be seeing EV Angel throw in the towel for this game in particular, with Hype managing to close out game number 2 here and tying up the series 1-1, but let's see what's behind the Evocation door. Kona Colt is one of those that are very, very lovely indeed. Also is able to pair that up with the Combustion, which means that there are, you Combustion like this, and you Kona Cold afterwards. That's a good chunk of damage. It's actually going to kill the Rothback pretty much. So this Evocation could probably not have been better, to be completely honest. That's a really, really strong Evocation. If Angel put them right back into the game for now. But even then, there's still a 5 life. There's still a weapon in hand for their opponent. So they need yet another miracle to survive.
Yep, needs just one more miracle. And I mean, you have a few little clears, but I mean, take a look at the hand, right? Lots of ones able to set up. Even the Dark Moon Riders are going to be happy, just kind of like footing their way onto the board. Gonna go ahead and snipe down a 3, drop it to 2 on EV Angel if he wishes. With a rush on the Anchorman, that means that Solarian is no more. The funniest thing, because we've seen so many top decks so far, I would love to see a Prime come out as a top deck. That'd be hilarious.
That's actually a reasonable thing to talk about, though. Because the thing is that you have guaranteed lethal over the course of 2 turns. There isn't a whole lot of freeze to the face in the game anymore. So why would you give your opponent the opportunity to draw that one card that can create these out there wild, unaccountable for scenarios when you have the rest of the game all mapped out? It's not going to cost them as of right now, because obviously the full unlethal, there's no ice barrier and freeze and anything and stuff like that. But this is one of those things where you talk about like closing out an already won game, right? That's a concept that you can talk about for hours with Hearthstone. Like, you can talk about how an already won game could be won even harder, and they'll be going on for hours. Like back in my day, you know, the settlers, man, they wrote those arguments for hours, man, like beyond belief. Trust me on that one. So again, like, so by introducing another variant, like another element of variance with that Solarian Prime into your whole framework of closing out a Hearthstone game, why? Right? You are 34, like 33, sorry, I should say. Like, you're not gonna die anytime soon. Your board is irrelevant because, again, you have the weapon swing set up and ready to go. So why? It's like beyond my wildest beliefs why I need to kill it as soon as it's alive. It's just like one of those things where, like, kill enemy cards, good, yes, and then you just kind of just overdo it.
Yeah, it's disrespect is the best way to put it, right? That is absolute disrespect and saying, hey, cool, you know, even if you had that opportunity, you won't get it. So that is going to be the victory, though, for Hype. Whether it was disrespect or not, very well played to kind of stall out. And unfortunately, EV Angel got stuck in that rut of just having too much prep and no time to actually lay down the groundwork there. Handful, pretty much, I want to say every single turn, right? Almost every single turn was just full of these spells to be able to prep and wasn't able to lay it down. The biscuits came out at inopportune times. Yes, you had the Solarian drawn, you know, but so late game that it just didn't even matter.
So now, we might have to watch some even more Enthrall. So, for Hype right now, you're looking at Priest and you're looking at Rogue, right? So, in terms of the matchups here, I would expect to see Demon Hunter be queued up for EV Angel, because I feel like the Demon Hunter has a pretty okay matchup against both decks, because both the Rogue deck and the Priest deck tends to fall somewhat flat a lot of the time against the like extreme amount of pressure that the Demon Hunter can produce. Again, that's from my own very limited experience playing the Demon Hunter deck, is that it tends to be okay. We're going to see EV Angel stick with this spell damage, more like burn heavy mage variety. So should I say here, going up against the traditional Rogue coming out here from Hype with the Secrets and all that good stuff in there.
Yep, all the good stuff, and it's always a good time. And drawn up a couple 2s and 3s. On the flip, you do see the assistant coming out, and a nice start of the 2 right there. Solarian and the setup of the spell draw. So EV Angel might want to go ahead and figure out a few others to toss out if they wish. Gonna hold and see. A couple more seconds to go.
I mean, this is pretty close to a full key from EV Angel, right? You could argue the fragment the Arcane Intellect would make sense, but I feel like just holding that back, it just seems fine. Yes, no. Weird mulligan decisions being made right now, because you have a 1-2-3 curve quite nicely.
And an extra draw.
I mean, it's just lab partner into Solarian into Arcane Intellect, right? Like, yes, there's a lot of value in having the lab partner as a minion to combine later on in the game. So holding it back might be okay, but even just like getting onto the board here, for me at least, feels like a pretty potent play. But now, Coin Octobot. Never mind, we're going to Coin Swindle instead for the card draw. And again, that is going to, in due time, obviously give you more cards to Octobot reduce, right? So that makes sense. But okay, if this is any other card than Aidan, why did we not just take the best card in our deck from us?
It's questions abound. So the Astromancer will come out at a 1 cost. Of course, that will prep nice.
The entire deck functions around Aidan. Like, Aidan is the best card in the deck.
Best card, but apparently not to EV Angel. EV Angel says, we'll see. I don't understand either. So we'll go ahead and see the Octobot being dropped 1-4, prepping up with that Frenzy. If that is not up. So again, just a lot of prep, and it's just Eevee Angel making a couple moves that we just aren't sure of. Again, the lab partner could have been thrown out earlier. Arcane Intellect should be that one. And go ahead, prep a few more. I am worried that this is going to lead straight into the same thing that we had prior, which was where Eevee Angel just had so many cards to prep and not enough time to prep accordingly. So we'll have to keep eyes on their hand and really see if they manage it a little bit better this time.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, pretty solid hand right now for Hype to reduce the cost off, right? With the 2-mana Emperor Forasan right there and the Octobots. I think the worst thing here, honestly, at least for Hype, is the fact that there's no secret for them to cycle with the Sparkjoy cheat. Had that been a thing, this hand would have been absolutely insane, right? Because you don't just like Sparkjoy cheat and then you just send it out afterwards, but not the case here, sadly. Penflinger as a card actually found its way into this rogue build despite being unable to go face. It's still very potent in conjunction with the field contact on other turns. I don't think this is a field contact turn and then itself. I think you're pretty okay just playing the man correct and just saying, you know what, this is fine, I'm hard chilling. But it seems like Hype disagrees and wants to go for the field contact, but the thing is that field contact is such a hard carry card in this deck. This entire deck just revolves around those draws that you get out.
Yeah.
Right? If you're gonna float 1 mana, why not just play the man crack? Right? Because now, obviously, yes, we can see the shooting stars. There's a little bit of cast vision, you know, influencing what I'm saying right here, obviously. But even then, as a play in its own right, like, what did you gain from that play? Your hand is itself right here. Yes, you have a secret passage, stuff like that. But it's not like you could have just drawn out your entire deck in this situation, but opted to just yeet out for no apparent reason.
Yeah, just kind of mini self-destruct there, kind of taking out your own leg. That's going to be a Deep Freeze pull by Eevee Angel from that, I believe, the Ruined Orb. Now, taking a look, the Blackjack Stunner has been drawn, followed up with the Secret Passage, and 4 mana to work with. And taking a look, the Mancrack is down to 2, so still floating on the edge, and you might be able to see it come out. Maybe we wish that it would have come a little bit earlier, right? Wish it came a little bit earlier, but it is not. It is going to come out now with that drop. Gonna have that unfortunate white scenario there, and is going to do it again. So having double up on that pull scenario should mean quite a bit, getting extra value out of this Mancrack.
Yes, it also sets up the perfect clue with the price pointer, right? So having double 3 times in the deck is pretty strong. Right, who needs to discover a Gwyn when you just pull it on top of your deck, right? Okay, fair enough. You prove me wrong, I guess, to a certain extent, question mark? Like, oh, this hand is grim. You just have to pull the secret passage right now and just pray for a playable? Wait, did he just, like, draw both of them? But the thing is that, they aren't activate in the same way that you would draw an actual card. Right, so they're just hard chilling right now. But I mean, even casting a free 10 that attacks the enemy hero is still pretty good for free mana, right? So you don't really care too much about that. So now, just trading away, just hard chilling. That was not the best pass in the world, but it's still pretty okay, right? You know, free 10 and a 1/2, not too shabby, all things considered here. So Arcane Luminary is a card that I still don't understand why it's down in the deck, but at least you should be able to play out the Arcane Luminary of September right here and play out the Imprisoned Phoenix that was discovered, I guess.
Yeah, just kind of weird overall, and that's going to immediately call for the Arcane Intellect, as there is nothing really in hand, and the Solarian Prime has been drawn, and I think if that can be used, because you actually have that Conjure Mana Biscuit on the side, if that was wanted to be prepped.
So Mana Biscuit is not innovate. You have to use the mana for its applies, right? It refreshes. All right,
I can't read.
This is the second step here. So The secret topic here is absolutely huge, because what it allows them to do is start a somewhat okay draw chain. The big issue for me, right, is that there's nothing on the opposite side to Blackjack Stunner, so again, only one draw coming out. Unless you want to bump back the field contact and play for 4 mana next turn, which at least in my opinion would be the correct line of play, because then if you do like that, you continuously protect your train of draws for a following turn. Obviously, you would not get the draw in particular like that, but I mean, I guess the positive thing is that there's no way for... Okay, there's the spell damage coming out here with that partner. Actually, a pretty interesting thing here. Had the free creep been on the up... So had the Spark Jar cheat been on the opposite side of the Blackjack Stunner, this is probably the best play around Shooting Star possible from Hype. Not that I think that was you know, present and it was something that was actively thought about. But it's a small little thing to think about when you play against mages, how do you position up against a Shooting Star, because that is their most potent removal spell in the deck, in the matchup. So again, one Penflinger down, double field contact, one Spark Jar cheat, 2 Swindles, right? Oh, only one Swindle, sorry, and a Secret Passage. So the bulk of the draw is now completely gone. So the thing is that for Hype right here, he has to think about what the actual case is going to be. Ooh, Totem Goliath, baby. That's a big one. Obviously, you don't want to smash it with paint.
I'd like to see it. We'll see which one is chosen. It looks like it will be the Smith, or Cannon Master, I should say. I'm going to go ahead and take out that the Assistant, but the Phoenix shall rise now with a 2/3. So for a brief moment, EV Angels should have a little extra spell damage, and drawing out that Frost Whisper will help get a nice board clear if that option is available. Still kind of deciding 8 mana to work with. Goes ahead, drops the Luminary. It's gonna give that Frost Whisper up.
So the Luminary still has, the Guardian's like the name of the ability. Yes, I know that. But I was completely, I was not accounting for that, because in my mind you always have the Guardian Diaphragmalis minion on the board constantly cycling you through, because again, it is such an important part of your deck to have to keep that going. Again, obviously we saw the power of that right now, holding it back, powering it up with that Raz Foster with the nuke again. Creating a threat that needs to be dealt with. It's incredibly strong and really hard to deal with in the process now. Completely bringing back the board in a positive manner here. So one Thief gonna come out. Kona Cold and Candles Flow, big frag game. This has to be Kona Cold. And Candles Flow, not that valuable in the Rogue deck. A lot of the spells cost like 1 to 2 mana or even 0 mana. But the Kona Cold here can help address the board, at least in some way, shape or form. Wiggerstep could clear up the Raz, which again is the most important minion to clear.
Just throwing out that 1 damage every so often, and that's going to be the 4 to take out that Frost Whisper, so no extra damage coming through, which is a very smart play. Would have been 5 clearing a board again. So sitting with the totems, though, is a little bit of a question mark. Nice little clear, takes away everything, and now the question, with 9 in hand, will he go for that prime drop? It is the roulette wheel for the mage, and it is going to be summoned here. So let's see what's drawn. First one, not great encounter. Shooting Star is going to help take away all 3 of those, 3 of the 4 totems into a rig, but the Font of Power discovering another.
With the font gets scrolls from Primordial Studios. Hello? Right, that is insane, okay? Like, just think about that for a second. And also, like, again, you couldn't control the Shooting Star, but had Hype been wanting to control the Shooting Star, that would have been the spot that he would have wanted to end up on. Sorry, like EV Angel, sorry, should I say, would have wanted to be put up against. So, interesting to see where this goes. So, both the Kastakis as well as the Octobot here are going to come out. Can be paired up quite nicely as well. It's worth noting right now that Kasakas go for the herbs here. Gonna go for 5, I would say here. 5 is just being the correct breakpoint to be at. could be saying that they're close enough to that 10 mana point. Goes for the 1 mana here. I feel that's going to be incorrect, at least in my mind, because the thing is that it stays in the hand. Like, you don't need to play it this turn. Yes, you can play that for 0 mana. Like, the thing is that you just make it cost 4 or 9 mana with Octobot Penflinger. Unless you get Poison deal free and just kill your opponents. Just kill their, that thingy like that. Just kill the Prowler. That was pretty damn insane, right? That's just insane beyond belief. But is the hand itself here, the hide the remaining hand, strong enough? That's what you gotta ask yourself. Okay.
Well, you're facing down quite a bit. That's going to be 2 Jandis in hand if he wants to drop one of them, and that'll also probably come as a surprise to Hype if he's not careful. Is going to go ahead, drop the Steward first, though. See what spell can be drawn. Hovering over it. Just lay it down. All you got to do is let go. That's step number 1. Yep, there we go. 3 spells coming up. Font of Power, Snap, Freeze, and Incanter Slow. Already dropped 1 Incanter Slow already. Might not be worth it to do 2, so yeah, goes with the Snap Freeze. Won't have any to destroy, but it will be able to stall out any major damage that you might be worried about. Question marks abound, though, about what next. You're sitting on 6. Again, dropping an early barrel would be a nice safety pattern, I think, because again, getting 2 5 costs would be able to fill your board a little bit more as you prep some of these other spells. But you might want to take out some of your opponents as well. So just doing the hero power, take away that golem that was used so much, and freeze the 3/3 is going to provide a net of safety as you're taking a look at the other side of the board, though. Some extra damage should be coming out, so quick lay of the Conjure. So having a little bit extra mana to play with if it goes the full distance.
Yeah, so 10 more here is going to be absolutely fantastic. It's going to allow Hype to bounce back to Kasaka's cat for 1. Could even cast it for 0, depending on where you want the mana debuff to land here. I would expect to want to reduce the mana cost of the golem itself. And now you have to go for something with a little bit more oomph to it. So goes for the 5 here, makes sense. Goes for Divine Shield or Stealth. I'll probably go for Stealth personally. But again, Divine Shield is better against something like Flame Strike, whereas Stealth is, a lot better against pretty much everything else, right? I think that was an interesting thing right there with going for the buff the board rather than going for whatever they ended up going for.
Yeah, a couple question marks there, but still going to have the timer set on them. So options here for the Wand Thief. Is he going to attack or not? Sacrificing down. That is going to be the play. And quickly, yeah, a little bit of a complication. Does get 2 5/5s with Divine Shield, so now Eevee Angel, taking a look, doesn't really have any board clearing potential. Just you and Incanter Slow, so I mean, that's just going to be like, well, cool, you have 11 cards in your deck still. Not great, so Jandis Barav going to be drawn out, a Faceless Manipulator, and Frost Whisper. Are you kidding me?
But wait. Why would you not play the Janus with the spell power? I guess, okay, never mind. You have the front of the mana here, so it's somewhat safe, I guess.
Oh, man. That's a play right there.
Well, the thing is that Raz only does fall here. It's worth noting. I say only, and I mean that, right? Quite figuratively, because the thing is that pretty much any draw here, Alex Strauss the Lifebinder, more like Alex Strauss the Life Ender here, as Hype goes up 2-1 in the series here. Is going to be having to close out the series with his Priest right now against Eevee Angel here. And it's the second time in a row this Mage deck has fallen, a little bit close to the edge. Where it's like, you thought they had it, but then the massive top deck or just, general things that came into it just ended up having an impact. But again, that's going to be 2-1 now, Hype. So we saw Priest last series not really have the wanted, outcome for a lot of the time, but question now beckons, is that going to be the same case right now? Because for me, right, this Mage operates very much like an OTK style of Mage deck where it wants to put out these massive burst turns. And how you would normally counter those in Priest would be with Mind Render Illusion. But for some reason, you know, Hype has opted out of playing Mind Render. If I'm not, I'm gonna have to do a triple check. Yes, 3 mana slot, no Mind Render Illusion. Because like, if you take away those and just like start, you know, steal, like throwing their fireballs to their own face, then they, you know, they don't have a way of killing you. But that's not going to be the case right now. So interesting for sure.
Just a little bit of a question mark all the way around, but let's go ahead and take a look at these hands. It will be the Priest versus the Mage once again. So again, aiming to try and make this Mage work, and it's faltered twice already. Hands starting out a little bit lower, so refreshing Spring Water in there if they do. Hype goes ahead, drops one, keeps the Shadows and Insight, and draws a Scorpid. Not sure if that's what he wanted to have, but it will be an option. Hand goes up. Looks like a little bit of a trade up. Shadow where Death is drawn. Still nothing to really write home about.
No, nothing to like. Again, that's just the state of Priest, right? Like, you just do what you do. So I do like the coin here again because again you have the Phoenix combination with the Cram Session, right? So that's like a very strong, you know, draw tool. Okay, I mean I like palm reading here more than anything else. Devouring Plague is never the pick here. I can understand wanting to fill your Cthulhu game plan, but palm reading is probably one of the best cards in your deck. And I don't think this is a match that particularly comes down to you Cthulhuing your opponent again. This is not a control matchup. Yes, Cthulhuing is nice, it's fine, but it's not a control matchup. And this Cthulhu piece, like, what does it kill? Again, right? But you have to think about that, right? Because again, when you play a Cthulhu deck, you have to think about the fact that the pieces are actually not that strong, right? Like, part of Cthulhu, worse Hellfire, pretty much, right? Again, the cards, this neutrals, again, can't really have strength that matches, you know, regular things, right? Again, thinking about the eye, it deals 5. It's just half as good as Mask Cthulhu, right? Like these type of things come out here, right? You think about that for a second. Again, palm reading from my weapon, I picked it twice in a row now, right? Obviously, because I just like that power of palm reading. So now this turn here should be pretty straightforward. I might want to see Promoter Studies first, unless you want to go for the Shooting Star clear. Yeah. So I actually want to talk about something very important, which is really relevant right here in particular. Like, the build that EV Angel is playing has opted out of playing the Brain Freeze, which I believe is one of the best cards in the game, so staying on board against aggressive matchups. And in a position particular like this, where you have to clear out the Scorpid, instead of having to use the Shooting Star, that could have been a Brain Freeze, right? Because obviously, again, it's very easy to have these arbitrary arguments about how this card could have been this card could have been that, especially when you haven't been a part of the deck creation process. It's just one of the reasons I just like to think about what other cards people traditionally speaking play in Mage, and Brain Freeze is one of them because it's just 1 mana killer minion.
Yeah, just why not? Why not run that optimal card instead opting for a little bit difference here? Hype goes ahead, clears out the board, takes away that +2 from the Phoenix, and it's straight into EV Angel's turn where they are going to try and draw something. Ghost gets the Astromancer, so why not take it? Yep, gonna hold on to that one. It is dropped down to 1, might as well play that one as well, and just have the one primed and ready to go. Follows it up with the Wand Thief, with the combo setup, Kona Cold, Shooting Star, and Mask of Cthulhu, and goes for the Mask. So both these players are running a little bit of interest there into the hand. Hysteria is drawn, and Heart of Cthulhu might be the play for Hype. Again, it is only 4 costs, so he's happy about that setup. Goes ahead, clears away, but still, that does mean that Solarian Prime will be in play to cause a little bit of havoc.
Yeah, so it's worth noting that Mage, generally speaking, tends to get there in this matchup, traditionally speaking, pretty much no matter what. It's just one of those things where, like, there's just so much damage all tied up in the Mage deck in general that it just tends to go down like that. But I'm not too sure about how these exact things are going to happen. We may never know, obviously, but Spring Water here lands perfectly well. That's a, you know, big step first here coming out. Lab Partner wipes out the rune up here. Again, very nice clear onto the Skull Pits.
Draws a wildfire.
This is always wildfire. You always play wildfire this turn.
And doesn't play it this turn.
So again, obviously, I'm not used to operating with the mana biscuits, right? So again, obviously, this is a choice between two different quote unquote 2 mana preparation things, right? Because do you want to permanently upgrade your hero power? Do you want to have that mana biscuit ready to go to make a potential bigger swing turn that someone might not have seen coming here? Janus turn 6 gonna come out here and match the power up. Oof, that's rough because Trembling Rhino normally is a pretty good pull-up because it's an active, immediate way for you to address the board. The issue is that Dragon Skywalker, like the Dragon Maw Skystalker in particular, sorry, my bad, is it's a 5/6, so the stat line doesn't really line up with Trembling Rhino, which again means that you're now just kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere land.
Yeah. Just kind of there is the best way to put it. Just kind of there. We go ahead. Take a look. That is going to be a trade of the minor mirrored, or the simple illusion of a 5 cost. Trading the lab partner out and forces the 3/4 now. So, well, that is going to be the option there, and draws an Apotheosis.
Yeah, and Apotheosis is a fantastic card, right? Like, it's just a very good way for priests to make minions really hard to kill while also presenting themselves with a very, very, very strong board, right? That ever so present threat of life still as a mechanic, continuously topping off the priest.
Yep, and question marks abound now. Again, we are taking a look at hype side, so that's going to be the Veil Weaver potentially being used early here. And again, questions, just so much there, and that's going to be it. So, yeah,
so
setting it up.
So things like go for Apotheosis like this with Renew. Why not just go for Condemn and wait a time? Condemn cleans his board up, you allow yourself to push free phase damage, you start putting the pressure onto the mage. Yes, this also works. Don't get me wrong, this is definitely not a bad play. I just think you're going to be hard pressed to find better application of the Condemn in this matchup than you would be able to present yourself right there. So in my mind, you're never even going to be going for the stuff like right. That's just going to be Condemn Hero Power Past, which again feels horrible, don't get me wrong, it's not fantastic, it's definitely not great, but it's just kind of the pace that you have to play this matchup at. You have to play slow, you have to play at the expense of the mages at times to match their tempo. But again, Shadow Death Fear is going to line up incredibly well just to get rid of the Aidan in the first place. But again, let's look at the damage that's going to be slowly but surely starting ramping up here. You're looking at a Magic Buffoon, you're looking at a Fireball already in play. That is going to be 16 damage, ready to go from hand at whatever, like at some point throughout the game, obviously. Goes for the Shadowed Ruin here, and I kind of like that because it's a harder one to use, right? So if your hand, or if your turn here doesn't include you using all your mana, you might as well just do it like this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead, heal up into a 3/3 for that Dragon Rider. Draws up the second lab partner of this deck. Prison Phoenix is also an option, 8 mana with a mana biscuit, potentially 10 if played properly. That wildfire is still in hand. The longer you hang on to that wildfire, the less value you do get out of it. So question marks there if EV Angel will hang on to it. Still has the Arcane Intellect as well if this wants to be a prep round, which I think no matter what it will be. Second Conjure mana biscuit will be there, and Mask of Cthulhu as well, such a strong clearing option with 12 stacking behind it, but is going to go for the Arcane Intellect. Goes ahead, draws up Arcane Luminary and a second Arcane Intellect. I think that's actually the third. So goes ahead, preps the Wildfire. Might be able to throw down a bit of extra damage, and Prison Phoenix just to kind of seal off the deal.
Yeah, this Dragon Rider is still in play. Just like the Dragon Rider that could. It's just been doing its thing forever right now, And with Solarian Prime coming off the top of the deck right now, is it prime time just yet?
I would hope no. Mostly because I love the entertaining thought of watching a full board wipe just to a random lucky spell that comes out. You're just like, bro, come on. So it's going to be another prep phase, just drawing as many, and that is going to be a Ruined Orb, so it'll be nice. And it's second Arcane Luminary. So this would actually, I think, drop a few of these cards down to minor numbers. Ruined Orb, gonna get all the deck of lunacy cheats at this stage in the game. That is probably one of the worst cards that you could possibly discover in the hand. So second Fireball, gonna be looking like 12 if you can get that Phoenix up. That could be closing in on lethal numbers.
All right, so let's just take a step back right now. So again, you'll have noticed that this lab partner has not been played right now. It's because the lab partner, currently speaking, is the one that is carrying the Guardian's Legacy. So again, it is actually spell damage plus 3, meaning that's going to be an additional 6 damage to your average turn with the fireballs, right? So it's going to be 18 being pressed like that. So depending on how hard you want to go, you can definitely end up in a position where you can end up casting a lot of spells with the Arcane Luminaries, with the Mana Biscuits coming out as well. And it's worth noting that the Arcane Luminary synergizes pretty well with the Solarian Prime. That is not going to be the case right now here, but it's going to be an 11 damage fireball. That's 22 from hand, just out of nowhere. I don't know why we weren't counting this. And with the double Mana Biscuit, that's going to be 1 mana short of the Masked Cthulhu here. So going to be opting for the evocation instead. Did they rip? They ripped another fire. That's another wildfire actually.
Oh my god, strong refreshing! So much mana being used here in this turn. Unfortunately, the rest of the cards were not good enough. We'll go ahead and buff up. That's gonna be a 3 damage hero power, and add another one. How much can he get? How much can EV Angel get out? They're gonna try for it. They're definitely gonna try for it. One more spell, sitting with a little bit. Add another Potion of Illusion on top. Oh my lord.
Alright, so there's no more Apotheosis. Actually, no, man. So this is just going to be Apotheosis with Blade Master Samurai. Here, just going to clean up the board. Going to heal yourself for a lot of damage as well. That is going to be a pretty good chunk of healing coming to come out. That's going to be 9 healing coming through. So good stuff back up to 8, but a bit of like 20. So again, I was actually looking at potentially like refreshing spring water and just like try to like, you know, AP him out a turn there after the second one, but not going to be the case as of right now. And the big thing for Hype right here is to consider whether or not he wants to go for Desperate Prayer. Will not you feel safe at 20? It's worth noting that this Astromancer Solarian right here, right now, you know, that is not this one that's not in the deck. There's still the Prime to like, there's potentially even another Prime coming through, but we're talking about Prime. It's Prime time. Let's go Deep Freeze Hype. Encounters flow, not too impactful right now. Potion Evolution, why not get another one?
Oh my gosh!
That's your Flame Strike, you've been calling for it all day. There it is. The Evolving Missile is just gonna do its thing. And you would be a little bit damned if you didn't go for another one right on the show. I mean, that's probably a better play, right? Imprison Phoenix here is a much more reliable play. Allows you to have a guaranteed play for you to aim towards having there. That is just the power of the Prime. And again, so let's think about this, right? Because it's just such a continuous amount of value, just completely just throwing it all out there. How is the Priest going to deal with this, right? That's the thing you have to figure out. Can Priest even deal with this right now? That is the hard thought. That's the hard thing to figure out, because if they cannot deal with that, then they're just going to die. Because again, there is no Soul Mirror. Like, Soul Mirror hasn't been found, for example, right? That's unless I'm mistaken here, which is not the case. Which would be the main way to at least try to contain this particular board. Outside of Hysteria, again, such a massive card in what it does. That's a full block. They now reset here. Buys time for Hype to potentially find a way to close out the game, but Hype has to deal with not just 1, but 2 more primes over the course of the rest of the game. And the question now beckons, is that going to be a time for a prime right now, or what is the name of the game? I
mean, you're looking at the cards that EV Angel even has right now, right, in the deck. if you drop down that Solarian, you're guaranteed a 1 in 5 chance that it should be there or somewhere close to the very top. So doubling up on that, you do have to have a lot of questions, right? That's going to be the Solarian into that Wand Thief. So keeping yourself alive, and the Refreshing Spring Water once again coming out, but is going to select that one. It is only 2 costs, so keep spamming those ones. You love when that setup is there, but sitting on only 2 left, this is getting into dangerous territory, and Hype might have just said, yeah, cool, I'll run your deck out, but this might be enough. Full 14 straight into Hype's face. He needs to be able to get a little bit of health being restored. Has Flash Shield, has a Desperate Prayer in his pocket if he wishes as well. So that's at least 10 that he's going to be able to hang on to, pushing him up to 21. Question marks though. That's going to be a clear with the Phoenix still alive, and that should be a 1 in 3 chance at drawing a second Solarian Prime. This is going to be so dangerous if EV Angel can hit the right kind of roulette wheel marks.
It's worth knowing that the Phoenix should come alive now, right? I'm not stupid. Yeah, it comes alive now, which is going to be interesting because it does even more spell power to get onto the turn. And it feels like you just have to give up the Desperate Prayer right now because they understand that there is a very real risk of them dying right now. That's going to be a Fireball coming out here, so not that Solarian Prime you've been talking about, but there are still
I want it so bad.
Yeah, you want it so bad, right? But like, there's so much damage being presented right now. So but the thing is that this is about to run out. So there's the last Fireball. You have the Ras. Your Ras is fantastic. It's a lovely jump the card. And you now just ask your opponent yet another question. We can see it's going to be dealt with them by the Maw of Cthulhu, but even then, the Hype is going to be put to 9. And that is with a significant chunk of healing already used. Devouring Plague is going to be fantastic though, right? It's going to heal you for Fall, which is a pretty strong amount of healing coming out of it. So Condemn is going to also do its job quite nicely. Again, you're at 15. You have to contest not 1, but 2 Solarian Primes. You have run your opponent out of traditional burn. Incanter's Flow, you know, that doesn't reduce the cost, right? So right now, EV Angel has been kind of a little bit, I wouldn't say like completely screwed over. Obviously, that's not the case, but you're going to be seeing here Solarian Prime has to be the play right here. You just need to pray for a miracle from the Prime that's currently in your hand. Because all of everything that you produce right now, each board is just, you know, it just dies, right? Because the Condemns are now maxed out, they deal free. Right, you're looking at that just like that. You're looking at the Wall Elementals, you're looking at the Arculuminate, they're all going to get dealt with. There is no denying that. There's no debating that.
Oh.
So Condemn here is quite nice. You know, just clean the board, play it safe, heal it back up. You even have the Sorella, but this is now. This could be the fabled double Solarian turn to close out the game. Get those highlight reel moments all ready to go. First Solarian Prime coming through right here. So Ruined Up goes to the face. There's the only time you can hit. That's solid.
Oasis Ally and the Wild. Oh, double? Oh my god!
That's 5!
Oh, that is it? That is a on last card of the deck, opts for the 1 cost first, draws double Wildfire, pops it up to 5 hero damage, unheard of in the deck, and you get the win. Solarian Prime clutching a win for EV Angel. You said highlight reel, you were correct.
Can we talk about how EV Angel managed to generate 4 wildfires that game?
Oh, it was amazing. And now we have the Demon Hunter versus Priest. I mean, the Priest held out. I will say it held out against a 22 damage turn, which is something that you and I both weren't expecting from the Dover Fireball, right? So it did its job, I feel, just no closing potential. So really banking on the fact that, hey, the Solarian Prime wasn't going to end at all. Now it has to do that against the Demon Hunter, which I feel is a little bit more consistent trickle damage, right?
Absolutely, I would say so. But the question now becomes: I'm actually not too sure about this matchup from a statistical point of view. I just only have to feel for the matchup, like how I played it out, right? But this is the mid-range Demon Hunter. There is a version running around the ladder. It's still like in the testing phase, where it has the the traditional mid-range call, but it also runs the Il'gynoth package, right? Which then obviously show up a lot against specific control decks like the Priest. So the question is whether or not that is going to be... that op's not going to come out to play right now, but whether or not that's going to have an impact on the matchup, that's going to be something that you need to figure out right now. I'm not really sure why we're roping Draconic Studies in one, but again, it might just be a mind game situation here. So it's going to put up just the Dreamer here as a discover. So... Yep. So the good thing about this Scholar Gul'dan is that it's very easy for EV Angel to... No, why?
Decide to do it and draws the Far Watch post as well, but yeah.
So what I was about to say was that it was going to be very easy for EV Angel to, get this Skull into an isolated outcast position, right? Mm-hmm. Like incredibly easy, like to the point where it's pretty much just what you do, right? Because the thing is that you were able to, you would have gone Wand Maker, you would have gone, so let's like try to plan out. You had 2 of those stats, which means you can make the Skull cost 4. So like by turn 4, you could have played out Wand Maker, you could have played out Eldaris, you could have made Chaos Strike, stuff like that. So you could have just completely isolated it out perfectly, you would be able to have it ready to go. You can do that with turn 5, which again is also pretty decent, right? Obviously, that's not the end of the day by any stretch of imagination, but it's not perfect either here. So a lot of people have started to cut Far Watch post also because of the fact that it's now as a 2-3 rather than a 2-4, which again is a pretty big hit in the other game, especially in terms of removal. Mm-hmm. But we can see right now for Hype doesn't have the Holy Smite, stuff like that, to close out and kill this thing. So it's gonna stick around and do its annoying things it's been continued to doing for, as we've known it to do for the entire set so far. So I expect to see this be applied to isolate the Scholar Gul'dan. Let's see if I'm correct.
This is gonna be a little bit of a discover here. Might draw a second one.
Yep, I'm down for second Skull right now. You just need to have continuous flow of cards coming through. Yes, it's going to be somewhat isolated for a while, but it's not going to be the end of the day here, so... Okay, isolate the Skull here, this is what we've been talking about. That is the best way to go about it. Wow. You can coin here. Yeah, coin here is fine. Again, you don't need to coin, so this is cool. This pushes the most damage and pushes out the most threat here. And the board is actually sort of protected by this Watch post. That's something you need to figure out. That's something you need to remember.
Yep, just going to be protected by every card that comes afterwards, right? It's just always going to cost a little bit more. That is a question. So there it is. Yep, that might have come out a little bit more, but quick drop and a lot of damage being thrown in. So already using the first Heart of Cthulhu and immediately into the skulls. So that isolated draw is going to be so nice to have, and immediately negates on the Inquisitor. Nice setup there. 5 costs for it. A 0 cost Relentless Pursuit, which is nice, and then a Warglade to follow.
Right, so the thing is that, again, this deck is pretty much a combo deck, right? You have these massive close-up turns. Walkers Asnoth is a core component of that. So having, pretty much your entire combo, quote-unquote, reduced like that is going to be absolutely beautiful for EV Angel. You can even just, drop, I like dropping an 8/8 right now, It's nice, it's clean. You hit your opponent in the face for 8. This deck does not run the natural philosophies. The deck that I run on left just has double philosophy in it, which you use to copy the Illidari Inquisitors, because that, make more of them, right? The more the better, the more the merrier, as you say out there in the streets. But the fact that I, again, a pretty... this board has just been cleared up once, so it's a pretty big likelihood it could get cleared up again, right? Because again, looking at that, Hysteria here is a very easy cleanup. Even the double Devouring Plague could do its job as well, just cleaning this up quite easily. So I think it's just the fact that you have 2 cups of Hysteria right now in hand, you're gonna be just fine using one off to clear and just guarantee your cards don't cost infinite mana. So now, what is the line of play that you want to go for?
Well, you have a lot of options running through. Bladed Lady on the far side. You just went ahead and drew another Warblades. However, it is going to cost the full amount. Options include a Relentless Pursuit after an Inquisitor, so that might be the play just to drop a little extra damage down if they wish. However, again, like you said, having that extra is the extra board clear potential is there. So Chaos Strike going to be used, pumping up 5 for simple attack, make that 6 if the hero power is used. So yeah, it's still sitting with 5 mana. That will be the pump up into a follow-up Bladed Lady. So prepping with a 6/6, ready to go in any case.
Yes, I feel like you need to sort of just like dunk as much damage as you can right now. Putting your opponent under significant amount of pressure is going to be really good, right? So also, if you start like planning this out in the head, right? Obviously, EVA probably cannot account for all the healing that's currently present, but Fury plus Relentless Pursuit, that's going to add up to 10, right? Then you have the Inquisitor coming through as well. That's going to add up to 18. So what EV Angel right here is presenting is actually a lethal setup. Granted, there's exactly no healing coming out from Hyde again, which is pretty unlikely. But again, you gotta ensure that you hit those breakpoints when you play a deck that has this amount of burst. And so again, well played here so far from EV Angel to guarantee that there's at least a way to threaten your opponent on the follow-up row, so should I say. Granted, they don't clear, they don't heal, all that good stuff, but again, having that ever-looming presence is gonna be good.
Yeah, and keep in mind, EV Angel coming in at the 4th seed. This would be the first upset, I think, we've seen on the day here. If a 4th seed can take out the 1st seed, gonna use that Devouring Plague just to heal up a bit, drop it to a 6/2, immediately snap it with the 2nd. So really putting a lot of threat on that Bladed Lady. Again, the Inquisitor is still in hand, has another Fury. So that's gonna be a rank 2 Fury, a +3 on the attack, which bumps it up to 6, I think, at hand. If they're able to, you could do another 10 slap if you want to with the Relentless Pursuit.
The 22, is that what I count? I count 22 right now.
That could easily be 22, yeah. So doubling up, almost threw down the skull, which it is going to be the skull. So instead, opting to draw on.
Wait, this is illegal, dude. So, okay.
All right, walk us through it.
So I'm down to just use as much damage as we can right now. So the thing is that with a double reduction here to Eldarius, right? EV Angel next turn sets up your Dragon Warblades, pushes them as much as you can right there, then goes for the double Illidari Inquisitive turn to swing for 16. It's going to be an 18 swing. The taunt here is going to come in the way and be really annoying though. That's going to be something that you need to figure out right now, right? Obviously. I think that obviously Flash Shield stuff like there's a lot of the real defensive tools, and I would really love yet again to see a Papyrus just come down and just, be there, be present. That's not going to be the case here, so could also just use the Inquisitor here as the rush minion list, right? Just remove the body and then swing into the face, so you don't have that massive burst we've been talking about and debating. But I mean, no matter what happens right now, this effect goes to the face. That's good. So staggers the damage a little bit right now, pushes the pressure back on to Hype, gives them another issue to deal with. But again, put them to 13. That's going to make it quite hard, not going to lie, for Hype to stay alive. We have the damage receipts mapped out. That's Fury, that's Relentless Pursuit. That alone is going to push, at this point in time, it's going to push 8. Another 8 from the Eldar Inquisitor, that's going to be 16. Makes it up with the hero power, makes it up with the weapon swing. That is going to be well over lethal here. So that is going to be the damage coming through here that EV Angel was needing. Some pretty key, pretty clutch reductions from those Skulls of Gul'dan. But EV Angel takes down Hype in a thrilling 5-game series here with the mid-range demon, and we were talking about this in the pregame. We expect this to happen, but again, this matchup is so exciting because there's so many breakpoints to watch. However, turn 10 was the straw that broke the camel's back, and Priest fails yet again orbital. What a series.
Priest fails once again, but to say that it didn't withstand the test of all the damage that could come through, that cannot be denied. Unfortunately, that will be the first seed, Hype, falling in the semifinals to EV Angels. So we will see EV Angels in the grand finals of the Emergence Division. Very well played thus far. We will go to a very quick commercial break to prep up for the next broadcast, as we have been here for 2 best of 5 series, which has been fantastic to watch. But thank you so much for watching us so far. Again, my name is Orbital, joined by Witta here, who broke down just about everything, which was amazing. Please do not go anywhere. More Hearthstone action will be headed just your way.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 2 of this week of Hearthstone. We've gotten a lot of matches going on this week. I know we had a couple there on Monday, and I know we just sat there and cleaned out a double header, which I heard was very good. I've seen a little bit of it. They went to 5 games overall, saw some great plays overall. But joining y'all for these second 2 matches will be myself and Coach Jim.
Mick, we're looking at Bog Nasty and Sesajiro here for the match here right at 6 o'clock or 6:15 is going to be the actual start time. Who are you looking for in this one?
I gotta say, I mean, I'm seeing really the same meta out of everybody. So, I mean, just kind of looking at repeats, what I've seen so much of overall, I gotta say, I'm kind of more of a Bog Nasty guy in this matchup. Seeing the Demon Hunter for Sasajiro, Demon Hunter just hasn't felt as strong recently. It just hasn't really had an established place in this meta. I mean, obviously, what is it? Death Rattle. That's it. Death Rattle Demon Hunter's been a little bit of a threat there in the early game under the meta first release. Everybody's kind of experimenting around. But in this stage of the game, it doesn't feel like there's anything that's really too stand out for that specific class.
Okay. With that being said, though, it's still got a little bit going on. Even if it doesn't stand out, you still have to be careful. There's some stuff in there which could definitely win you a couple of games, especially if it looks like they're going weapon Demon Hunter there. Something to be careful of.
Yeah, and overall, I know exactly what this deck is kind of going for. You're trying to get in, or actually, you know what? I take that back. I was going to sit there and say that you're trying to bind to those Illidari Inquisitors. I mean, with the fact that it's a rush, after your hero attacks the enemy, it attacks it too. I mean, you're just kind of playing on the fact of getting a free 8 damage every single turn, but also clearing out a minion or a taunt or anything in the way to actually, clear out the board a little bit and get a free face hit. But seeing that there's not exactly any demon kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Duplications. That's the kind of surprising card to me that's missing in there. Finding that philosophy, not having that way to give it those growth stats, giving it that aspect of getting a second one in your hand or a third one or a fourth one, and finding a way to just play the game out even longer and, manipulate that one card alone. I think this deck kind of falls short on that one aspect.
I think it's going to come out and surprise you. I really do. That might be my sleeper for this match here is Demon Hunter.
Okay.
I know it's not going to get banned because, like you said, it's not here in the meta. It's not going to get banned, and I think that's why they might be playing it because they know it's going to get through, and they know they might have it as that dark horse. On the other side, pure meta from the looks of Bog Nasty here, just pure meta.
Yeah, and that's always what I'm a fan of. I'm a ladder climber myself. I understand how these guys, the shoes are trying to be put in, the elo they're playing in, how they're trying to adapt around the game, and what they're exactly comfortable to playing with. And that's exactly why I feel like Bog Nasty overall is going to have a much more solid, kind of fluid gameplay, utilizing these cards, utilizing the meta that is most prominent, finding a way to just win those games with that, knowing exactly what cards are going to be in deck. I mean, on the other side, Sasajiro is going to know exactly what's coming at him. But with those stats, with the percentages, with the numbers backing him up, I feel like that's exactly where he's going to get the upper hand because there's not exactly too many counters this time around.
It looks like Sesajiro banning Paladin, Bog Nasty banning a Warlock. So those were pretty much what we were expecting, I think, out of the ban phase. You see, I'm the opposite here, Mick. I like the off meta. I've always been a fan. Any card game, I've always been a fan of the off meta. Just because, number one, your opponent never knows what you've got, and number two, if you're playing off meta, you're doing it because you love the cards you're running.
Yeah,
you're not going off meta because you're trying to be you're trying to lose. You're going off meta because you really like the cards you're playing, and I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, and I'm also a big fan of these kind of bans overall. Going ahead and getting that Secret Paladin out of the way. That is one of the meta decks that's going to be ran. And getting rid of that Control Warlock. That one is huge, just alone. Finding a way to go ahead and get that out of the way. Getting Sasajiro's Warlock out of the way. That's one of the actual control decks. And I think that's exactly what Bog Nasty's trying to do in his shoes right now. Is find a way to kind of control the meta, get into those off-meta picks, as you're talking about. And let him see and let him spotlight that. Because if by any means he does win with those, credit to him. It's great. And as you said, it's a player's love for the game, spotlighting that, show exactly how they can manipulate their cards. But, it's always there for a reason. We got plenty of people who dedicate their whole careers of Hearthstone to theory crafting, finding new ways to innovate the game, finding things that may counter the current meta that's going on. It's not exactly the best win rate, but it does find, some success here and there. And I'm not going to sleep on Sasajiro for that point at all. I feel like he definitely could have some success with that. I feel like Demon Hunter is going to be one of those later decks that come in, or they're going to be the first. And seeing that Token Druid is going to be the first one here, I think it's going to be a turn 3 or a game 3 if it gets around to it.
You see, I think, and the other night, a couple days ago, we saw Druid both rounds. We saw Druid 5-turn win. So against Priest, which was more of a slog of a deck, a little bit slower of a deck, Sasajiro could have picked correctly here. This could be a really quick win.
Yeah, and I think that really just comes into this mulligan from the side of Sasajiro. This is going to be more of a Guardian Animal Druid than it is a Token Druid, so it's going to be a little bit more late game focused than early game. And I think by that kind of stage, the little turns that we get into around 7, 8, and 9, Bog Nasty's going to have something down. He's going to have, Bog Nasty's going to have something nasty by that point. Knowing what Priest has in hand, what resources he can work with, having that palm reading and that Venomous Scorpion and just having a lot of resource generation. Meanwhile, Druid's going to be kind of waiting around for that Guardian Animal. And with, you know, with that Twilight already being in his hand, that's kind of a big runner, and that's one Thesis being taken out of the draws from that.
It is got a lot of vamp though, a lot of mana ramp in the hand. Gonna be interesting here.
Enough for these early turns. We got only a hero power coming out, which is only fair, but I will say from Sasajiro to capitalize on that point with the mana crystals, I mean, there is a lot to work with there. With the Lightning Bloom, with the coin, with the Wild Growth especially, you're trying to not only get those crystals just for that one turn, but trying to capitalize on that, monopolize on that, and find a way to invest for later. Go ahead and get these, you know, gems out of the way. Know that Priest isn't going to have much to play in those early games. Going ahead and getting and cashing in as much as you can. And then those later stages, knowing that you're already going to be sitting at 7-8 by the time he's hitting 4 and 5, and that's a huge advantage. And I think having this Talon in hand is going to be a big help if he can go ahead and get that Wild Growth out.
Yes, 100% agreed.
Now these draws are bad either. With that Innervate coming in, just more and more mana crystals coming in, and having a Survival of the Fittest right there. There's a corruption for that Carnival Clown already.
Yep. More Enervate.
Oh my goodness. So much mana to play with right now. I think Sasajiro is feeling extremely cocky, and for all means necessary, he has the resources to feel like that right now. By no means is this man slacking in terms of mana. I mean, with that Lightning Bloom, with that coin, that is alone 5 mana right now. He could get 10 mana on this one turn alone. He could Survival the Fittest on this one turn. Having those 2 Venomous Scorpions alone, that wouldn't be all that big a deal. Talon Forward Ring, though, I gotta say that's a better play. You want to go ahead and get these trades out. You know those 2/1/3s are going to be trading into it. If he doesn't exactly get anything, the Wave of Apathy, though, looking mighty tempting right here as Bog Nasty opts for that. Being the best play going forward, because you're not going to clear out those Venomous by any means at that point. And it only costing 0 mana and it being so cheap just naturally, you're going to keep those minions alive, meanwhile saving what you have going on. And the Holy Smite, I gotta say, is a weird move there.
Yeah, I don't think that's the right move there. I don't think that's the right move at all.
Especially having that Wave of Apathy in hand, making sure that both of them survive and keeping those resources on board instead of trading one out on top of another spell. I mean, that's kind of an odd choice, but you know, maybe Bog Nasty, like we said, he knows his deck a lot better than we do. So maybe there's something that he sees that we don't, that we could be seeing in these later stages.
That's a huge Survival of the Fittest right there. The problem is you got to get rid of that Scorpion. Does not matter as much how big your creature is with that Scorpion on the field.
That is the only 2, though, in his deck. So getting both of those off kind of fairly early in the game, unless he gets some kind of revival like this Rally right here, or a Psych Split to go ahead and get a second copy out, which is what he's going to opt for. If he goes ahead and clears out this one Scorpion right here, he's going to have a lot to play with going forward, as long as he can just keep it on the board and kind of manipulate that one card and monopolize on it and just get more and more copies. Only issue is he has to generate those resources rather than actually just playing them outright. With this Twilight Runner coming out, that's going to be 2 free draws if need be. Instead, I think Sasajiro is waiting out for this hitting face right now.
Yep.
That Shadow Word Ruin, though, that's going to be a problem. He's probably going to be waiting that out for that Carnival Clown, though, because you know you want to go ahead and clear that whole board of Carnival Clowns rather than saying, I can get rid of 198. I need to kind of get rid of this. Yeah. You're going to have a whole 7 8/8s kind of charging at you, so you need to go ahead and make sure you save those resources for later.
That's gonna be fun right there. Let me tell you.
Oh, he's eyeing it. He's eyeing it, man. You can't do this. No, it's important, buddy. There you go. That's a little bit better. I gotta say, as we get into these later turns, looking at Sausagero's hand, I mean, he's only gonna be really able to play one thing at a time going forward. You had that Lake Thresher in hand. Yeah, you had that Druid of the Plains, everything. I mean, but this is Priest we're talking about. He's the master when it comes to control. Warlock has been great this past meta. He's been great so far, but you're not facing a Warlock. You're facing a Priest, which is almost just as good. And now that you have 2 Scorpions on the field, that Lake Thresher could come out and get a clean board swipe if he opts to do so. And I think that's the exact move he needs to play this turnaround. But instead, it looks like... Come on, buddy. You got to see this. Come on, Sauce. He still has enough mana for it, so I'm not exactly going to get too upset just yet. But I got to say, that Lake Thresher's looking mighty juicy. I know you're trading an 8-10, but you're getting rid of every resource in terms of poisonous minions. You're getting rid of 2 5s of both that poisonous, can easily mark out those big threats. But instead, he's going to opt to trade out the stats here, get a 6-7 with Taunt, one of which these Scorpions can perfectly trade into right now.
I don't think it's a bad move. I just don't think it's the best move.
Most definitely not.
I'm not going to say it's the worst thing he could have done. Not the worst thing he could have done there.
It's just hard to understand when that Lake Thresher, it's an 8-10, and it cleaves everything. It hits all 3 minions. If he charges into that middle, it would have traded out all 3 of them.
It doesn't have Rush, though.
Oh, that's true. You're right. I'm thinking of Guardian Animal Druid. That's what this is, and every beast that comes out into the field, I'm usually... in the mindset of it having Rush of some extent.
No, it doesn't have Rush, and it's going to be good late. Being an 8-10 with Cleave, it's got to be super good late. Ooh, that's a good play. Solid play. The problem is he's going to wish he had that back here in a moment once all this other stuff starts dropping.
Once this one Carnival Clown comes out, he's going to get a Yashiraj for that to re-throw it up. Then he's going to have another Carnival Clown off that Yashiraj to get another full board one. So that, yeah.
The taunt there is crazy. The taunt there is the crazy part.
Yeah, Bog he needs to do something. I am super intrigued to see what this man could pull out by any means, because there's 7 8-8 standing in front of you. That's 45 damage. You only need to sit there and get rid of, 3 of them. And I think he's more capable of doing that with these 3, with the 2 poisonous, the Shadow Word Death. He's going to have 4 on the board. That's going to be 32, though, still. But Hysteria going to clear out 2 more. All of them. He does have a solution, but yet it takes almost everything in his hand to deal with.
And now he's gotta know now that, there we go. And not what he wanted to see. Not what he wanted to see. That's some board presence right there after you just got rid of how many cards out of Bog Nasty's hand? 4 on that last turn?
Yeah.
That's some board pressure.
The Yogg, I think this is last resort in this stage of the game when you don't really have too much to play, but there could always be a lethal in Yogg. You never let up on this man. And floating that board is actually, I feel like it's pretty fair. Looking and seeing what he has.
Now the Lake Thresher is massive. Now
it will have that cleave.
Yeah, with the cleave, that's absolutely massive with the cleave.
Yeah, and thinking about that though, that does also kind of limit the board space for Sausageiro. He doesn't want to play this Carnival Clown right now. He doesn't want to play the Yashiraj because he can't get it for 0 mana. He can't get a full board flood, so he's not tempted to play that by any means. He has no real reason to. And that being a big play. Oh my gosh, but he got rid of all the rushes. Oh no! All minions now removed with their rush. Your minions don't have any effect to them, especially with that McGurgle Prime. I mean, when you're facing the likes of a Clown Druid, you're not really going to get that out anyways, but it's always nice to hope. But now
Well-
on this stage in the game, there's really just nothing to play. You just have a lot of small minions on the side of Bognasty.
I think you play the other Lake Thresher. I think you play the other Lake Thresher out. Yeah, right there. You
This man's
need
gonna
to
pick up
have the
board.
cleave. You need the cleave.
Getting rid of that first one, though, is really, really nice for the likes of, Bognasty. Getting that one cleave out of the way. Sitting on the board now with the 0-5, that will be something to Apotheosis. You do have a Condemn rank 3 on the board to deal 3 to most of those minions. You're going to be clearing out the majority of the board. And having a little bit of lifesteal isn't going to be bad by any means. And having that flash heal with Yzzarela, I mean, that's plenty to work with, especially with that restore health. Only deal is he still has a Yashiraj to worry about for this next turn. He's utilizing his whole hand right now. Everything's out the gates. So next turn, this Mally goes, he's got to pull something for 1 mana. I mean, there's no trade to it at all. He does have a hand refresh. You have 2 turns, though, to get yourself back into a healthy state. Getting the draws and then having another turn to play with those draws. But right now, Bognasty only has 1/2, and he doesn't really have no time to play around.
Yeah, no, Bognasty gonna be in a little bit of trouble here.
So many resources. So there's the 412. You only have 14, 15 damage coming on face to you right now. So there is actually some likelihood overall, especially looking with having a lot of spells coming forward, having that Hysteria, he's going to have something to play with next turn. And even in that case, if by any means that Twilight Runner stays on the board, Bognasty could actually Hysteria that, get the draws off, and go ahead and put Sausage Hero into a fatigue situation. Which would be huge. He could make this man overdraw if he goes ahead and slays that out.
Oh, that's kind of nice. That's yeah. Hi. We're big boys. We're big boys now. Those corrupted strongmen. Those corrupted strongmen got to do something about them.
Oh.
There's a lot of damage there. I'm seeing 40, 41. I'm seeing 50 damage on the board right now.
Yep. And he has the right idea to go ahead and get that Hysteria out. Only issue is that's not going to kill those strongmen. You have to consider that. So with something in hand, he has to find a way. He does have that Condemn that will trade out that 14-1. But I understand you want to get the man to a fatigue, but you got to find a way to live right now. You have to live yourself out. And I think what he may opt for here is going for the Mauve Cthulhu onto that 14-14, trading the Malygos and leaving himself only with the 9-9 left. Having that renew, though, is going to sit there, give a little bit more resources. I say you could go ahead and start off with that and find something and see if you could generate any more resources that would be more beneficial. For the Mauve Cthulhu, that's going to come out regardless.
The problem that he has to worry about is the Carnival Clown coming back.
Yeah.
And the Carnival Clown is right now at 12-12. That's kind of disgusting. And I think the Clown's got to come out right now. There it is.
He has a Deathwing the Destroyer, though. He knows. You look at that rightmost card in Dognasty's hand, he's going to discard a lot of cards for it. But he's got a Deathwing, baby. He can destroy this if need be, and he has another Ruin in hand as well. He is prepared.
Sure.
This man, he's got that thing on.
He's got it coming down. There's nothing wrong with that. Yashiraj still yet to be played, though.
And with this Yashiraj, keep in mind that one copy of Yashiraj is buffed. But all the copies of the Corrupted Clowns that will be coming out do not have a buff on them. They will not have that kind of hull sustain to them. They won't be 8-8s. They won't be 12-12s, 14-14s, whatever you want. They are all going to be 4-4. So he's going to not have really too many big threats. He's going to be able to possibly get rid of most of that with a Condemn if he can find any kind of other wave clear. And also having a Ysera, I mean, having all these big dragons in hand, there's so much for him to really play with, especially with the Heart of Cthulhu as well. That's another board clear combined with that Condemn.
Yeah. It's gonna get interesting. Just the Yashiraj, if it stays out there for a turn, could end the game by itself, though.
So we got a 12-12 coming out in the game now. Getting rid of the Condemn. That's actually a big card to lose when you're, in the shoes of Bog Nasty. You want a lot of board clear. You need things to play with. And only having that Heart of Cthulhu not combined with, that whole Condemn, that's a board clear you just lost right there.
Well,
Apotheosis.
These Carnival Clowns only need to be 4/4s. He only needs a couple of them. And that's if the Asheraj goes away. If there's no way to get rid of the Asheraj, then yeah, that's a thing.
I gotta say, I understand the play right here. You have an Apotheosis in hand if you're in Bog Nasty's shoes. You have a way to get that life steal back. You can get 14 health right now and get yourself back to 26. You have to find a way to get rid of that 18/18 though. With not enough really in hand to play with, that one, he's probably looking for Renew. Getting a Holy Smite instead though, that's a big issue. You have to find something to get a board clear. These individual clears are not going to cut it right now. You can get to 26. Deal is, you got 18. That's half of the health going back away right there. More than half.
Well, and the Clowns have 24. The Clown, okay, Taunt's going to help you, but the Clowns are going to do 24. So, okay, so the Clowns have 20, so that's 38. That's 38 coming your way. I think 2 Clowns go after the Taunt, and I think you lose. I think that's game. Yeah. Yeah,
15
no.
plus 12. Yep.
Yeah. It was just too much. Just too much.
Condemn could have been huge right there. Having that Deathwing down, just not the best idea when you get a board clear kind of out of the water. I think it would have, discarding in hand, being a later turn. I understand the thought process of not wanting to lose 7 cards in your hand when you're in the shoes of Bog Nasty. So go ahead and getting at that board clear, then playing that Deathwing maybe next turn. Once you get all your resources out, you're discarding more than you have in hand, so you're getting a better trade out of it universally. Only problem with that is you don't exactly know what's coming for you. You don't know how the game's going to play out. You need to play the safest possible, and you need to keep those wave clears, and I think that alone is what just killed them, not being able to clear that last wave of Carnival Clowns. And even then, after that, you have a full 7 board of 4/4s. You're still going to be able to survive that. You get a Deathwing later on in the game, keep that Apotheosis, keep that Condemn, keep something. You still got cards in your deck. Sasajiro doesn't.
Right. Not even top deck. He just had to play his hand. Yeah. And a lot of Sasajiro's hand he couldn't play. They forced him to draw cards.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, wow, he only actually has 2 playable cards in his hand.
Yeah.
So, and here's the thing, like, if Bog Nasty goes back and watches that later, he's going to go, oh my god, he literally only had 2 playable cards.
Yeah.
I think he only had to live 1 more turn, and the fatigue would have won the game.
Yeah, he was sitting at 2 health, and that fatigue was already sitting at 3 or 4.
I think it was at 5. The fatigue was at 5. Because he had been throwing armor up just to help him a little bit. Hero powers, not just for decoration. So I think this is where we see the Demon Hunter.
Well, we're actually sitting on the Warrior Paladin.
Wait, am I... Fair. Okay, I did not realize we had been disconnected. I thought we were waiting for somebody. I thought we were waiting. I'm like, yeah, I wonder what they're picking.
It's all good though. We are looking at the Rush Warrior though now in the shoes of Bog Nasty, and Sasajiro is going to be running the Secret Paladin or Secret/Pure Paladin right now, and they both had not exactly too exciting of a turn 1, I'll admit. And early stages of the game, you're not going to have too much. Paladin is going to be playing secrets. They're not going to be really capitalizing on board space. You're going to have Warrior really just waiting to retaliate rather than creating that initial move. He's going to be trying to control the board as much as possible. So starting on turn 1 with the Imprisoned Gennard, Warrior next turn, he's going to have himself Nax to play with. He's going to have a little bit of resources running the Athletic Studies on turn 2. But with this sort of the following coming out from the Paladin, I think really Bog Nasty has a good chance to, even out the odds on this one, just surviving for a couple turns with that Knot of Anointment being a 3/3 now and having unlimited potential when it comes around to having plenty of resources, plenty of armor, having a Parade Leader / Crab Rider in your hand, along with that 3/2 axe that comes out this turn. There's going to be plenty to play with, and by no means necessary is this man lacking resources.
This is a fact. However, gotta be careful with the secrets.
Avenge being probably the first one. Yep, but you're able to trade that out with the 3-4. So that's a good order. So what would that make the second one then? Possibly, I have to say, an Oh My Yogg is what it's looking like. And that Galloping Savior. I gotta say, that was what I expected before the Oh My Yogg to be coming out. That was the other thing that would have been triggered. Only playing 2 cards that turn, not 3. You're not going to get that trigger out, but it's still going to be there on the board, and it's still going to be a threat. And at this stage in the game, looking at what's left in the hand of Bog Nasty, he has a lot of retaliation, like I said earlier in the game. But now, he doesn't have as much coming around to it. Looking like he's going to coin Crab?
That could be a thing.
Having now a playmaker and a parade leader on the field.
Oh,
Not having a parade leader on the field.
that was rough.
And
That was
actually just
rough.
killing it, man.
That was about as good of a random draw as you could have got there if you're Sesajiro.
Yeah.
Huge,
Getting
huge
a free
draw.
clear.
Yeah, huge draw.
As much value as you can get out of that. A free clear overall. I mean, obviously, it would have been great if you had something just higher like that Sword Eater, but for the stage in the game that we're currently in right now, in this mid-game, threats aren't going to be all that big. So just getting any numbers, getting any effect, any kind of aura off of the board, that's going to be a huge play going forward, and that's going to remove some of that aggro that would have been here to help that Crab Rider this turn, or help that Ricard, or something to just play.
That's a pretty good set of plays there, though. Nothing wrong with that. That's a fact.
Getting that down with those 2 Ricaras, I mean, that's one of the best plays you can get right there. Is getting a playmaker, getting both of those, finding another minion to run off of it, and getting that double buff at +2/+2. Only issue is that's a very kind of gambly play. Capitalizing on that, finding a way to go in, getting that playmaker though, that's also a big influencer going forward. Only deal is, this man only has 3 cards to work with left. He has no card draw as well. That's the only issue when it comes around to rush for you. You have a lot of resources, and you have to kind of choose when to put your eggs, all your eggs into that one basket. And now, right now, this is where he has to cash in. Having athletic studies is going to be great, but you now have a 6/6 coming down. It looks like that he's going to have to do it.
Yep. And that's not going to be fun.
Should have
Not
honored
going to
it.
be fun. Right there. Not going to be fun.
The athletic studies is looking mighty tempting right now, I must say. Out of all the possibilities you have right now, you don't want to play that conditioning. You only have one minion that's going to benefit from that.
Yep.
Sword Eater. It needs kind of those buffs for it to really stick there on the board. Getting that +2/+2, I literally played a match before this. Making that a 4/7, by no means is that bad. I think those are great stats for a 4 mana. Getting taunt of it and giving yourself a 3/2 sword. I think athletic studies, though, is kind of the play here. You have to find something because you need to clear that 6/6 out. You have the playmaker on the field. You have the Ricard. You have ways to make the minion bigger. Don't tell me he's just going to buff that one thing. Come on, man. You know what's right. Athletic.
Oh. Oh, and
He was baiting it out.
And it gets yogged.
Insight, though, is actually playing a lot better here.
Okay.
Sadly, having to sacrifice that, though. Looking at Blade Master, you know he's not going to survive that hit. He's going to be sitting at a 1/6. With that 6/6, it doesn't trigger that frenzy. So really only being with the left, only a couple things. But honest to God, with how his kind of board was laid out, with how much Bog Nasty really had to deal with, I got to say, I think that Insight was actually beneficial for him over the conditioning.
I think it was.
Y'all kind of paying back his respect for, you know, kind of messing with him that last time around. Just killing a minion for free, basically. So, there's a little bit of hope still sticking around here for Bog Nasty, especially seeing how many cards there are to deal with. You have a lot more secrets that will be coming out here from the Sword of the Fallen after this Hammer of the Naru comes down. That is, if he doesn't decide to throw in that second hammer. He only has convictions.
That's what I'm thinking. You throw that second hammer out there, you get yourself, you know, I know you don't want to waste a weapon, but at the same time, getting yourself another 6/6 taunt on the board isn't a terrible thing. Having board control against a Rush Warrior is kind of nice to have.
I think the Sword Eater Tent Thresher will be a good play this turn. Because I know it seems like it doesn't have enough mana right now, but Sword Eater is going to be a pirate. That's going to be a different kind of unique minion type on the board. Then making that a 3 cost and finding a way to make it survive, being as a 5/5 turning into a 3/3, is going to get that puff and it's going to stay alive, and therefore you can Shield of Honor it next turn if need be.
Yep. Just gotta be careful how you play around the Divine Shield there on Fordring.
Which Rikara goes away this turn. There's no way this man actually lets it survive. Unless he goes face by any means, it will survive. But it's not going to be too much to play with, and the Blade Master being the option, I can't say that's bad either. Okay, not too shabby of a play. Getting some buffs on the board, getting Nyte a 2/4 instead, and getting that Rikara up to a 4/2. There's some potential with that.
Couple of convictions in hand, just needs a something to put out for the conviction to hit on.
Yeah. And one more turn, he will have an Alex Straza to play with. He'll have an 8 heal. He'll have dealing that damage. He'll have plenty to play with in terms of what to put on the board and how to allocate it. But I don't think with that being a single target card and Bognassi having all these unique minion types now coming down into play really is going to, work against them.
Gonna get interesting.
Okay.
A mighty steed.
Letting that survive. The trading out, and then going ahead, going face. Everything survives, and you get buffed from that Rikara. That being on the board here for 3 turns now? I mean, there's been about, I want to say, maybe 8 damage in terms of, or 8 health in terms of stats across the board that's been benefited by Rikara. I mean, actually closer to 10 with that first turn getting the doubles off.
Uh-oh. Custom Golem right here, though. That's gonna be big. Gonna be a big boy.
He's probably looking to clear out this Rikara with everything going on. Only issue is you now have an Overlord to worry about with that freeze.
Oh, and
no
the
problem.
freeze. Yeah, the
no
freeze.
problem.
Oh, man.
With a 3/10 here on the board as well now. That Mancrick, excuse me. I'm not of the native tongue of Ogre, but trying to work as best we can here. The stage dive, a little bit more minions to play with. Crab Rider not being the best draw, but it being a 3/5 will clear out that Kazakus. I think this is where things start dwindling down for Bognassi. That's where he has to cash in. And if, Sausagiro can't clear out this board right here, I think it comes down to this next turn alone. Either Sausagiro can clear this board and win this out, especially with the Alex Straza having that 8 health, to restore to himself. But instead he's going to go for that lethal. Getting the 8, that 3 with the weapon, clearing this out, and we are now in a 2-1 lead from Sausagiro. Now this is where the Demon Hunter comes out.
Here it is.
This is where it comes out.
Clean it up.
I said it was going to be the first, or it's going to be the last. I think he was kind of sitting on it. Wasn't exactly confident about it. I think we're kind of sitting at the compromise. If you were confident, I'm not. I think he's in the same shoes of, it's here though now. I got to play it.
It's coming.
So I think it really comes down to how Bognassi's going to play into this. He has every single one of his decks to play with now. So going forward, necessarily he has to reverse sweep this, which he's more than capable of doing. But Warrior being the first thing to try and counteract this Demon Hunter. That alone is interesting to me.
I don't know. I think Warrior might be a good call against it just because Warrior's fast enough not to get beat early.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what he's worried about. His other two decks, kind of late game style.
At that though, he just needs to start looking for draws. He needs to find something that's going to keep some kind of sustain because he just overdrew, he overplayed in that last game and just didn't get enough. He got plenty of resources on the board, don't get me wrong, but he couldn't keep playing into that. He couldn't keep investing into it. I mean, your savings account is going to make you money, but it's going to make you more if you keep on putting more into it that you earn. So, I mean, I don't feel like Bog Nasty had that first half down, but not the second. And this, he's got to cash in quickly because, I mean, Secret Paladin's fairly aggro. As we see Sausagero already getting this hero power down and kind of capitalizing on that easy damage he gets from his hero power, he's not going to slow down by any means. If anything, he's speeding up and he's building that momentum for himself.
Oh yeah, no, this is gonna get nasty for Bog Nasty real quick. No pun intended. It's not gonna be fun.
Playing to play with, Relentless Pursuit, School of Gul'dan, having one of those on the edge and having the discount on it is going to be great when you're in Sausagero's hand. Having a Bladed Lady already, giving yourself a little bit to play with, and having something, especially with that Relentless Pursuit, getting the discounts right before that card's going to come out, getting that turn, I guarantee you, comes turn 5, he's playing that.
Well, what's really nice about the Skull of Gul'dan is he's got one in position.
Mm-hmm.
He's got it in position, not just having it, but having it in position to be played. Massive.
But looking how those two are chained up, I mean, having that School of Gul'dan, having a Relentless Pursuit, and you're most likely going to use that within those next 2 turns afterwards. Having another one to follow it up right with it, I mean, that's so much resources to play with. He just has to survive to that point, and he's already looking at 11 damage with that weapon.
I don't know, I almost couldn't hear you there, our producer, throwing metal objects in the background. But gonna be pretty big here. Really big here. Big boy there. Doing work.
It's now 2 schools. 2 schools, man. They can play back to back. I don't think he's going to do it because you don't have enough cards that are really gonna be cheap to get a free turn. But I mean, every other turn. Yeah, every other turn, especially with the other Relentless Pursuit being right there next to the other School of Gul'dan. There's this. I gotta say, Sausagero probably is looking to end this within the next 5 turns.
Oh yeah.
Alternating on and off, going school, going off school, going school, going off school, going school. I feel like he's trying to end it with that because those hand buffs, those discounts are going to be permanent.
That Rokara though, really good there. And
wow.
Gotta get. Oh wow.
3-0 costs.
Yeah. Whoops.
Getting that Fury with that Relentless Pursuit and having a Bladed Lady in hand, that may be the call he has next time around. He's trying to get this board control back into his hand, and I feel like up until that Troublemaker over here for Bog Nasty, he's not going to exactly have too much to play with. But Raka actually coming in pretty clutch there to give that War Maul the stats.
Yep. Gonna need to find something here.
Not enough real AoE from the shoes of Sausagero to play with right now. The Bladed Lady obviously going to be a free trade to some extent. You're going to get that damage on your hero power, and with these spells to clear out another minion. Only issue is you have to go ahead. I mean, that Illidari is going to take care of that face damage late game anyways. You don't need to concern yourself with that whatsoever. But right now, that I-Beam's going to be a big play to find a way to kill that rocker. But he trades out the lifesteal. Okay, he doesn't. Okay.
No, that was the perfect play.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect play right there.
Having a Crab Rider, a Bumper Card, plenty to play with right here, especially with that weapon still on the board. Having, though, I mean, 14 damage. He's one off lethal. Hey,
One off.
that's exactly what Bognassi's looking for right now.
He's filling the board up, but the problem is, you know, he doesn't need to fill his board.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if Sasajiro doesn't find a board clear, it's over anyway. So,
Wow.
All the same.
Last resort here.
You don't pick the ones.
What 1 minute spell can you give us? An Eladari Studies. What can you give us? And he's going to go ahead and trade it out here. Sasajiro losing here on the Demon Hunter. Clean sweep up until this point. But now, it's looking like a reverse sweep could be in the midst.
you see, that was the one that Demon Hunter was going to have a problem with, though. It was,
Yeah.
you know, it's fast. He's going to have a lot better odds against Priest and against Paladin.
Mm-hmm. And I'm completely with you on that. Looking at these two decks and the way these two...
Sorry, I knew one of the Warlocks that got me. Our producer in my ear reminding me, Warlock or Priest. They're both slow. They're both super slower. Demon Hunter gonna find ways to get that damage early and often. Almost had it there. Was 1 or 2 cards away there. Just a little slow. I think he was 1 turn slow on getting everything started.
And I think it also comes down to Priest. I mean, you have to look at Sasa. He has to get these, or Bognassi has to get these minions down quickly. He needs some kind of board control. He needs something. Otherwise, it's going to tempt Sasa that whole game to keep there and keep going face time and time and time again. Because if he doesn't have anything to trade into, we saw with that warrior, he's tempted. He is required to trade into some of those minions. He is required to, you know, mitigate damage as much as possible. Find those resources to stop kind of, you know, snowballing, especially that with that Rakara and how just influential that card alone is. He's gotten, I mean, Bognassi's done such a great job of utilizing that card and getting a bunch of stats off of it. And that alone is what's really playing into his favor. He doesn't have any card like that that's going to keep on building stats. Priest does that as a whole kit, but there's not really enough up front. But we're going to see it play out right now, and we're going to see what these two guys can accomplish on both sides.
That's kind of what you want to see for Sasajiro right there. That's not bad. And you're gonna give it. It's not bad.
Yeah.
You got I-beam in outcast position.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got that. You can hold that in your back pocket. You're gonna get rid of the Skull of Gold on there to find something cheaper. Illidari Studies, turn 1, gotta find you know, a nice outcast card there. This is a good hand for Sasajiro. This is what Sasajiro wants.
Definitely plenty to play with. So, in the shoes of Sasajiro, he obviously has some kind of minion control, but when you look at what Bognassi's got so far, there's no minions there. So, you know, consider you get around to turn 4 or turn 5 and there's still no real minions on board. You're going to be hero powering in the meantime. Don't get me wrong. But, I mean, having nothing really to I-beam when Priest heals too, yeah, he's going to go for an Illidari Studies, which I feel like is the right call.
All right. I personally like the I-beam already being in outcast position, but that's just me.
But he will have an Illidari Studies, and everything's kind of lined up regardless. So Sasajiro has plenty of generation regardless. He can still make an I-beam out of the Illidari Studies if need be, and that's only going to cost him 2 mana, which is still cheaper than the default cost.
I wonder what he's going to do this turn. Says Jim, looking at Chaos Strike.
Chaos Strike isn't a move. With that hero power, he's going to buff it out. The only thing he really gets out of this is a card draw. He's going to attack and...
Card draw is what he needs right now.
Yeah.
Card draw is exactly what he needs.
With sitting at that 5 mana, once you get around to that stage, Lord knows what you're going to have to play up until that point. So therefore, if you get to that around the turn 5, and you kind of haven't really had any too much opportunity, you had the Illidari Studies, and you have things to kind of play off each other, but you don't really have enough overall. Spectral Side, if he goes for this, he's going to be looking pretty hefty of a hand, and may just have a dead Skull of Gul'dan for a turn or two. Slow start here. Definitely working in the favor of Bognassi, though.
Definitely working that way.
Desert Prayer looking mighty healthy right now. Yes, sir.
Warlocks. All the same.
A Kazakus, an I-beam, and another I-beam.
If this goes like into the lifesteal on those I-beams might be nice. Ironically, that I-beam being on the right side means it actually costs one more than it would after he draws this card.
The weapon making sense. You obviously need to find some kind of a forward. With that Kazakus in hand, you've got to clear out the space. You don't want to generate that and therefore burn a card the next turn. I think at this stage of the game, he's going to be looking at these relentless pursuits, looking for that bladed lady. Once a minion comes in onto the board, maybe that skeletal dragon next turn we could be seeing, because Zarilla isn't exactly the best pull as of right now. And I think at this stage of the game, Sausage Hero is looking to just kind of play on that, that hand damage, waiting for that philosophy to go ahead and get on one of those Illidari Inquisitors. He's trying to get that whole bladed lady out because it does copy the lowest one in your hand. So you have to make sure that 8 cost is not only the cheapest minion in there, which it's already a super expensive card. You have to make sure it's the cheapest minion. So he's probably going to be looking to get rid of that bladed lady and find a way to utilize his weapon to get a free, 11 damage for 3 turns in a row.
Yep.
Quickly.
Been a slow burn here, no pun intended, with the wick burning in the middle of the table. However, I think this one's going to have an explosive finish between these two.
Oh, I completely agree. I can smell the rain, Jim. I know a storm's brewing. I'm just waiting to see what it brings us.
I'm looking for a few good mercenaries.
See, I am unable to see the discovered stuff here, so bit of a glitch there. Divine
He's
Shield,
already playing it.
Summon a copy. That's what I'm saying. Divine Shield, summon a copy. I like that. I like that play with the Divine Shields. Knowing Priest has a lot of ways of removing. That's a really good call.
Hysteria also being a fairly good call. It does get rid of 2 of them. Yeah, that's really not enough to play with, and this uses, Bog Nasty. Obviously, getting a good clear, getting 2 minions off the board, going to be huge going forward. There's just got to be a little bit more. You know that Demon Hunter's going to snowball off this. You know he's going to play into this more and more and more, and anytime he has damage on board, he's going to say, okay, I already have 6 in my hand, just for my hero power, for my attack. As long as I can just get some more, let's run it, baby. Let's get it. And we see him already doing that Bladed Lady, getting that Illidari, and he's not going to attack with that weapon this turn, I'm thinking. Yep, he's waiting exactly for those Inquisitors to come out and get a free 11 every turn.
Yep. 100%.
Inquisitor, such a strong card, man. I can't get over it. I've faced it on ladders so much, it's so irritating. It just doesn't really feel like there's much you can do unless you have just taunts out the rear.
Not meta, though. As you yourself have said, not meta.
Yeah. That's what makes it more annoying. Okay, getting some kind of clear. Issue is you have no taunts on the board right now. You don't have anything to do with this Illidari Inquisitor. Getting that free trade with the rush. Getting a free 11 damage on the board. With the 3 from the weapon, the 8 from the minion. Oh my gosh.
This is gonna get worse before it gets better here for Bog Nasty. Gonna get worse before it gets better. Because there's 11 more coming next round. Minimum 11 more coming next round. And with Chaos Strike, it could be 13.
I know, as weird as it sounds, I will say, I gotta say, Mindrender Lucia is looking really good right now. You go ahead and give yourself those. I mean, obviously, Bog Nasty can't see what we can, but knowing that, Sauce has played a lot of Outcast cards. He's gotten a lot of discounts from that School of Gul'dan. Go ahead and give yourself that Mind Render. See what kind of cheap cards he's got in hand to play with, and I say use them yourself.
Yep. This is gonna hurt, though. This is gonna hurt a lot more than a little bit. Right here. And now, if you're Bog Nasty, you got to do something. You've used some removal. You used some trickery. That's a good call. I don't think it doesn't have rush though. So you gotta do something here. You got 8 mana. You got a handful of cards. What's the play if you're Bognasty here, Nick?
I mean, from the point of view that we can see, Holy Smite, My Render, Lucia, 2 I-beams, get the life steal off with all of that. Issue is, Bognasty can't see the cards like we can.
Yep.
So if you're in his shoes, you're looking at possibly a Skeletal Dragon, but you have to consider the I-beams at that point. You have to consider some kind of quick clear, which brings you right back to Mind Render. If you feel like he has a better hand for minion removal on one turn, a very swift and clean removal, goodness gracious, you can find a way to win this. So I think that's exactly why the consideration has to come into this, because those are the really only useful cards you can find out of this, and grabbing this, I will say that is a play. That's a pretty good play. That's something. That's pretty clever. Out of all the options given to him,
that's not
he
bad.
can Mind Render next turn, but that's definitely a good play for them.
That's not bad.
He probably has enough in hero damage right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say Fury is gonna be nice.
Getting that Chaos Strike, Relentless Pursuit. Yep, that's legal.
And that does it. That does it right there.
He still had 2 more from the Chaos Strike. He had another one off the Hero Power. He had another one off another Relentless Strike.
Hey, Mick, Demon Hunter's not meta.
Yeah, we're right. It's not.
I liked it. I called it out earlier. I liked it. I liked it the whole time. So I hope we see it again. I hope we see it in the finals. I want to see it again. I like it. I like it a lot.
Well, you know what? Go into ladder and then tell me how much you. I feel like that's a fair call.
I'm gonna play it. Why would I not like it? I'm gonna be the one with it there, Mick. I'm gonna be the one,
man.
I'm gonna be one throwing it around. No, but Sausagero just playing the style of game they wanted to play. That's what they wanted to do. With the exception of the Demon Hunter Warrior game, which they lost, which was still a close close game. They needed like one turn to get something around. They played their game the whole way. The Druid Priest game, they played their way. The Paladin Warrior game, they had their way with him. Sausagero looked good the entire way.
Yeah.
The entire way. With that being said, Bognasty didn't play poorly.
Oh, no.
Didn't play poorly. Just didn't have what he needed in hand. That's all.
Plus, it was also a good couple places there with the Warrior game against the Secret Paladin. Too much playing into his or against his favor right there. Too much playing against him. When you see that one Oh My Yogg that came in there, removing your playmaker from the board and not giving yourself or parade leader, and then having so much to play with. I mean, the Rukara, obviously a great play by the man, finding plenty of ways and getting a lot of resources off that. He deserved to win a Warrior game, and he definitely got that out of the Demon Hunter. I feel like that's where that luck was cashed in. But as you said, Bognasty, by no means did he play poorly. It just really is the element of a card game. There's a lot of RNG involved with this. It almost feels like a gambling machine to a point, and you have to sit there and decide where to put your eggs into your basket and where you need to allocate them. And I feel when you're also overutilizing your hand, when you're extending a little bit too far, the game was also forgiving in that later stage in that, Demon Hunter game saying, or not Demon Hunter, the Secret Paladin saying, you know what, we'll give you a minion. You've used a little bit too much. Here's a sign, buddy. And still just kind of hounding down, throwing all your eggs in one basket and just cashing in right there and then and there. That's not what you need. But regardless, the rest of those decks not competing as they need be. But when you get a Warlock band, I mean, what else do you really have to play with? Well, I mean, it's the most meta thing around, and especially with how everything's kind of playing out. I got to say, Sausagero playing this pretty well with what was handed to him, and, that alone deserves a congratulations.
It very much so does. Coming up next for our viewers, we're going to have Pudis and King Milo. You don't want to miss that. It's going to be right after this commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back with it.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Welcome back, everybody, to another day of Hearthstone. We got another match coming up right here. I know we just had a little short break, but now we're getting right back into it with the matchup against Pudis and King Milo. We saw this man over here on Monday. He had an impressive showing overall, and now we're going to see him come back for his redemption here on Friday and see exactly what he's bringing to the board, and he's running the same exact lineup he had last time. No adjustments around, nothing changing up so far. But the one adjustment that is made is his opponent and Pudis and what he's bringing to the board. And I got to say, I really love what I'm seeing right now, Jim.
You know, we're looking at the deck lists, and I'm seeing Demon Hunter again. And we had that in the last match. I really like Demon Hunter right now. I know it's not meta, but I still really like it. And then just a lot of aggro. Demon Hunter, Rogue, Druid, a lot of aggro. He's got a Warlock in there, but I think that's ban bait. I think the Warlock is just in there as ban bait. For King Milo, Warrior, Warlock, Paladin, Priest. And if I'm sitting here and I'm Pudis, if I get rid of that Warrior, I think I've got 3 aggro decks against 3 slow play decks. And I think aggro wins that 100 out of 100.
Yeah, I'd definitely say it's a high percentage. I wouldn't say 100 out of 100 because those mulligan definitely kill you. But that alone, I mean, look at everything. I'm kind of with you on that. Having that one Warlock deck in there, bait for the ban, knowing how strong it is going into those late games, that whenever you get around to that, you don't want to be put in those situations. But I think as long as King Milo, we've seen him do it time and time again. The man's pretty smart. So I feel like he's going to understand that's a ban bait, know that his decks are going to be played slow. He's going to say, you know what? These are all, that's the one control deck out of this. I go ahead and keep this, just control it a little bit better because I have Priest. I have a Warlock as well. I have a Warrior. And, you know, I got plenty to play with as well in terms of control myself. So I need to go ahead and keep that in the game. So looking at Pudis' draws, though, I'm kind of with you on that. I think the best thing for him to get rid of here would actually be, oddly enough, the Priest or the Warlock. Because the Warlock, you get enough soul fragments there in the early game, and you get those draws in, especially with having that hero power, saying, no, I don't need the Lord Jaraxxus. I don't need that 6/6 every turn. I need to draw cards. I need to get these soul fragments off. I feel like he'd be sitting in a much rougher situation if Warlock finds the draws he needs.
See, that's where we're going to have to agree to disagree there. Warlock would need to find the draws. Warrior is just going to sit there, and Warrior's entire deck is based around, I'm going to have something.
Yeah.
Warrior's always going to have something, whereas Warlock needs exactly what Warlock needs. And getting rid of the Warrior, you're going to be able to outspeed everything.
Yeah, and what we did see, though, earlier, we saw in the last game, Bog Nasty, he has the speed, but does he have enough gas to keep in the tank? That's really what it will kind of come down to. He'll always have something to play until he's played it all, because he has no kind of card draw really in the deck besides those stage rushes. So overall, we're kind of really just waiting on these bans right here from Milo and Pudis to see exactly how these things play out. A lot of these guys, I got to admit, I want to point some out right quick. A lot of these players have been grinding, I see. Last season, we saw plenty of silver players. We saw gold players, plat. We saw them all over the spectrum. But we are seeing in these, I mean, obviously because we're in the playoffs, it can be dwindling down a little more. But a lot of these guys, they're all within Diamond 5 and Legend. Every single one of these guys that I'm seeing on my friends list from the people that we have in this league, they are all within Legend rank or they're Diamond 5, and they are so close to getting to that stage.
Yeah, they're all right there. Waiting for our producer to tell them to. Here, it looks like they're going into their band game now. So let's take a look. I was just waiting there. I'm getting antsy. I want to get into it.
So King Milo is banning the Warlock. So he fell for the bait then. And Pudis banned the Warrior.
I mean, hey, when you're good, you're good, Nick. When you're good, you're good. And I called both of those.
Man, I'm surprised. Like, obviously, you know what you're talking about. You're buying into the you know, the expected a lot, and I like that. I'm always praying and crossing my fingers for some curveballs here and there. I'm looking for something juicy. I'm waiting for somebody to just bring in just the most juiciest, you know, bag of fruits they can to the table to share with everybody. The viewers, the casters, their opponent, just plenty to play with, plenty to go around, but just right here, it's just everything feels too predictable. It almost feels that these guys may be legend, but it's like silver plays right now in terms of bans. It's just kind of disappointing, but I mean, better yet, these are the players. They know what they don't want to go against.
I mean, I think King Milo found the ban bait. I think Putis, I think that's a non-meta ban. I think you're right. The meta right there is to ban Warlock and to try to play against Warrior. I think that's actually a 200 IQ move, though, banning out the Warrior.
Could be. Really comes down to how these draws play out. Looking to see where these players kind of line themselves up for these first match. And
are we into the first match? I'm having a problem here. Are we into the first match yet?
No.
All right,
it still shows that we are waiting on these guys right now.
All right. I'm going to restart my my client here because I'm having so many problems.
That may be a good call.
That's probably a great call there. Probably a great call.
But in the meantime, just seeing what we have to deal with, one thing I want to point it out. So we do have Putis. He's the one who's bringing a lot of aggro to the deck, bringing a lot of aggro forward. Just overall, I got to say, I was a huge last kind of season before we had this whole rotation of expansions. I hated aggro. And I still, to some extent, do. I like how the meta, you still have aggro options. You still have very good control decks. You have very good aggro decks. You have both sides of the spectrum. They're completely playable. And that's why I'm loving this expansion. I'm loving the whole way the rotation's playing out. In this stage, though, looking at what Putis has, we have the Demon Hunter, which I find extremely annoying. But it's a good deck. I'll give it that. I mean, I've played against it. I hate it. I have my own kind of, my own little, grudge for it. I guess that's what we can call it. But looking at the one aggro deck, I do really enjoy, and I was telling you about this beforehand, the Poison Rogue. That is a wild card I have not seen yet. Not many people play it. Not even ladder. Not many people play it in ladder. Not many people play it competitively. Not many people really touch it at all. But it is super strong. If you can go ahead and get that Tusk off, find a way to play into that, get the secret passages down, and just find a way to snowball that Joker. Because nobody runs weapon removal. But we're not going to be seeing that in this first matchup. We're going to see Putis trying to get this Demon Hunter out of the way, and we're going to see King Milo starting out here with the Secret Paladin.
If our producer has a line to the game, if he could throw that up for me, I'm still having issues here. Yeah, I also could not spectate Putis' side. Mick, are you able to spectate Putis' side?
I am not. I see the game you attempted to spectate maybe full or already finished, so...
Yeah, no, that's what I was getting. That's why I restarted, and Battle.net not coming back up for me.
Well, to give you a respective kind of... I guess I got to cast for my co-caster as well now.
Mick,
I got to explain everything for you.
Or you could, share your screen there on Discord.
Right off the bat here, King Milo is starting off with a turn of 1 with the Worgen Infiltrator, getting a 2-1 stealth onto the board. And with that first day of school that was initially played, and Putis starting out here with a simple little kind of just love tap with his hero power. So with that, not really too much to play with, not really too extensive overall. Kind of a very slow start here, but nonetheless, it's a start. We are waiting for a reconnect.
I grow impatient.
Looks like both players are having issues. Probably, it seems as if everybody may be having issues with the client right now.
Yeah. Client, not a just blanked on the name of the company.
Activision, Blizzard.
Blizzard, thank you. Blizzard. Small independent company, Blizzard. You gotta
small indie company.
Small indie company.
Same with the likes of Riot. They're all in the same league.
Small independent company. Make sure you buy some skins from them, give them some extra cash, so they can get all those goodies we like to see.
But yeah, everybody is back into place now. It seems like cards are spectatable. So we're back in business. Everything's lined back up. Awesome.
Everything's coming up Millhouse, Mick. Everything's coming up Millhouse.
So looking at what we have right now, nobody really had a turn to play with. Everybody kind of played out what they had. That was a very good stopping place, so nobody was really caught into some kind of weird stage of limbo. With this Knight of Anointment coming out, King Milo looking for resources. Meanwhile, Putis just more waiting for the turn to be able to utilize his.
Yep. Lady, gotta love the lady.
I gotta say, Hand of Vidal is looking mighty tempting for King Milo in this stage, but having that eye beam over there in the far right, being an outcast card, is going to be a huge play and an easy clear when you're in Putis' shoes. I mean, just having that. And it looks like he's eyeing that Hand of Vidal because you can't exactly get the effect off for the commander. The Venomous Scorpion, you don't really need that many spells right now. You're not tempted. I say he goes for board control, but instead he's going to be opting for face, going for that whole kind of aggro stage that, you know, Secret Paladin brings to the table. And I feel like Putis is going to just capitalize, go with the Chaos Strike here to the face. And get
you see, I like the Chaos Strike there, saving his removal, baiting out the Secret. I like it.
Drain Soul giving himself his own heals, though. So maybe just an Eye Beam and call it a day, baby.
Yeah, no, that's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that play. Then, yeah. Back up to 29. It's like nothing ever happened. We got a clear board. You saw nothing. Nothing ever happened.
Scorpid being a alright play, I would like to say. Only issue is that first day of school will give him more resource to play with. You like the aggro archetype. You need more to play with. At this stage, though, I mean, the poisonous, you obviously want to discover that spell the first day of school being the best case scenario. But with Kazakus right here, he's got plenty more options. I think, what is this? It was a 5-mana golem I think he chose?
He chose it quick. It was a quick choice.
This man knew exactly what he wanted. So I'm assuming he's going for the 5 mana here. Once you get those later turns, you don't exactly play. Yeah, with the freeze 2, I know it's a 5.
Yeah.
Because a 10 mana has the freeze 3 option.
You see, there's the rush and the summon copy. That's a good call. That's a great call, in fact.
Okay. Okay.
Playing a little bit here with King Milo with the Paladin.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about King Milo, a great player. Putis, no slouch though. We're gonna be able to get some really good play here too. Probably going to see that golem this turn.
Most likely with that rush to summon a copy. Obviously want to get that 4-3 out of the way. Probably going to get that 4-1 out of the way. Get as much damage off the board as possible. But with a Noble Sacrifice to come in there, you're only going to get one of those jokers off.
Yep. I don't know about leaving the Scorpion out there. I don't know about that one.
Yeah. That one I'm kind of questioning myself, to be honest with you. It's big going forward, but I mean, it being a 4-3, poisonous is really what it comes down to. And I think he understands and he knows that he can trade into it probably with his hero power and a weapon with the Warblades. Because by no means is he going to sit there and slouch and say, okay, I'm going to throw an Illidari Inquisitor while he has a poisonous thing. He's not going to do that.
Right.
Good play right here. Getting that Warsong Envoy to a 7-2. Oh my god.
Big play. Huge play there. Big.
Out aggroing Demon Hunter? Excuse me?
The lifesteal on the Warblade's going to be good, but that's not going to be enough.
If he decides to throw out that 7-2, he's going to relentless it and make sure it doesn't get that damage back towards him. He's going to capitalize on that. It's going to give him a 6-2 weapon for this turn alone. It's going to give him that 6 lifesteal. It's going to almost buff out what that Warsong did, but with the Oh My Yog coming into play,
the Yog,
that hurts. Oh, that hurts.
That might be the game on this one.
Oh, that hurts.
That's the game. Yeah, that's the game. That absolutely is the game. Yep.
Yo, oh man, that hurts to see.
That Oh My Yog did its job right there.
Goodness gracious. So that's going to be Secret Paladin out of the way for King Milo here. What a hell of a start. I mean, the man just out aggroing a Demon Hunter. Who would have thought? With a Secret Paladin at that. So that does leave him with the likes of getting that, warrior band. He has Warlock and Priest at this. So this is where he really does get slow. That was his really only aggro archetype he had available in his arsenal.
Yeah, no, this is going to get interesting here.
And this stage of the game, this is where you know, Pudis is only going to speed up. This is where he has to restart, and I don't think he's going to go around for that Demon Hunter again. I want to say he's going to opt for probably the Druid this time around, seeing the success we've had previously with him. But I stand correct. You know what? I'll retire. That's fine.
He wants it. He wants the Demon Hunter. He wants it.
Because you mentioned this before on Monday, saying that you're trying to find a way to get yourself back on the board. If you don't have luck with a certain deck and you're still in those early stages, I completely agree with you. Obviously, you could try again and again and again and hope you get those draws. With Demon Hunter having so many draws, you usually have at least enough what you need to get the job done. So getting another one of those decks out of the way and using Demon Hunter more as a security card there in the end, I feel like that's a better play overall. But Pudis, I feel like with that kind of failure he had last turn around, knowing that he's going to be facing nothing but silver archetypes, he's going to have a much easier time coming around these next matches. And getting a Circus Amalgamation for King Milo and getting a taunt there fairly early, that's going to be a huge favor for the guy, you know, in these early turns.
It will be. That it will be. Nothing wrong with that play. Demon Hunter getting hero power for free. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, I see the Circus Amalgam coming out. A 4/5. I-beams at the disposal, but not in the space where you exactly need him. You're going to have to utilize a little bit too much resources to get him there onto the board. May I-beam trade the 2/3 in, but instead of Mana Feeders, it's looking like the play here.
I think that is definitely the play there.
Yeah.
Maybe the Ildari studies right now. You've got the mana for it.
That could work. That could
You've got
work.
the mana for it. Or you could coin into the Wand Maker. Either way. I think you want to make another play right now, though.
Yeah, the Ildari studies, you could sacrifice an I-beam here, trading the 2/3 with that. You need to get that second mana coin, though. That's for sure. Getting that kind of discount going down the Ildari studies. Wandmaker also being a great play, finding some stats on the board and getting another Ildari studies.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
I mean, Demon Hunter with that card alone almost feeling like Priest in this stage, just having so much resource generation, plenty of ways to kind of keep giving yourself some stuff. And we're going to see King Milo do that exact thing for Priest, which is what it's made for.
He's got to take Condemn here, right? Condemn's, oh, no.
Holy Smite to go ahead and clear out one of those 2/3s.
You know, he's looking for the early game clear, and I think it's got to be, I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong, especially with the Relentless Pursuit coming out to clear the Amalgam. Because that's how that Amalgam gets cleared right here. Hero power, Relentless Pursuit. No damage to your hero. 4 damage going the other way. That's a pretty nice turnaround. What do you think?
That's definitely an option. Yeah, I feel like Pudis is kind of has free range right now. When we see what King Milo has in hand, I mean, he has a Hysteria, but I mean, Pudis doesn't have exactly too many big threats that's going to clear out his whole side of the board. So just generating resources right now, we're getting a trade and, you know, getting a little bit of damage here and there. Definitely not going to hurt.
I just don't like the I-beam here because it has lifesteal, which you're not using the lifesteal.
Yeah. And that's definitely fair. And I feel like at this stage, though, he's got to get that Circus Amalgam off regardless. Eventually, he has to do something with it. And I think when you look at Kazakis and what he has to bring to the table, you rather have 2 5/5s of the Divine Shield, you know, sitting there staring at you without a taunt. That's a lot more scary than having those 2 5/5s with the taunt when you're a priest and you had the likes of, you know, an Apotheosis or something to buff it up.
I just don't know why Relentless Pursuit wasn't the play there. That's all. You would have got more face damage. You still would have got rid of the taunt, and your hero would have taken no damage. So,
I think he's waiting for those Bladed Ladies, to be honest with you, because that's 3 damage, get 4. So that's a good trade-off in terms of damage and making yourself immune as well. So I mean, say he could trade out that later with one of those Inquisitors on the board, because the Inquisitors are the biggest win condition for this deck. They're the most obvious and the most kind of the biggest priority you have in mind when running this.
Absolutely. A lot of choices here for King Milo. A lot of early choices. Got to make the right ones here.
Fortitude obviously being a great one, I think. I gotta agree with that one. See exactly how this could be played out, though, because the Scorpion is not the best target for that. That's only going to make it a 3/8. I mean, obviously, lots of health to deal with, but when you know this man's going to be looking for this Inquisitor, having one in hand now, having 2 of those studies and being able to generate philosophies out of those and duplicate that Inquisitor, it's just that's something that you have to take into consideration.
It is. The weapon here wouldn't be bad. Could clear the Scorpion and attack again. Wouldn't be a terrible play. I kind of like that one. Only going to take 1 damage there off the Scorpion.
Getting it 3 on the face. Getting ahead now in terms of life, but dwindling down here on resources in hand.
A lot of Ildari studies.
Yeah.
Have a lot of studies.
Easily get a Skull of Gold on out of that if needed. I mean, he could do it next turn. And then also consider philosophy. I think that's exactly what he's looking for. And see, now that King Milo does have an acidic swamp in his hand, that's going to play into help a lot. Not a lot of people run those acidic swamps. I gotta say, that's one of the kind of incantations that King Milo, that's where he made a sacrifice. So he run that weapon removal. And I feel like in the long term of things, especially with against the likes of a warrior, looking against even Warlock with that Jiraxis and getting that 3/8 weapon, having so much to play with, that's going to be a huge card going forward if he knows the exact right turn to play that.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to come down to, playing it on the right turn.
Only getting rid of 1 durability. Okay, it's something, I'll admit. It's definitely not just a 2-mana 3/2 on the board, so there's something to it. But Potus looking like he has a lot more better of a turn getting a Kazakus down the board. And he may, I gotta say, he's probably gonna opt for the 5 again. Late game, you have that 10 cost, you don't want to do that. You're trying to play those Inquisitors at that stage in the game. And he's gonna opt for the 5. The hell? That is actually a good call right there. Summoning a copy of it.
Yep. Gonna I-beam. This time the lifesteal matters a little bit. Still got the 2 Ildari studies.
I don't think he's worried about that anymore, Chief. Nope. When you have 2 5/5s in hand, and you have no way, I mean, I think he's just going to play that next turn, probably hero power, and just get 1 scary board and, you know, kind of make King Milo shake. But now pulling that Skull of Gold on, I got to say, I'm kind of with him on that. It's pretty tempting when you have, all that discount in front of you, getting another Skull for 3 mana. Goodness gracious.
Nothing wrong there.
Go ahead and buff that baby up.
Still looking for the philosophy though. The Ildari studies still looking for the philosophy. That's gotta be what you're looking for here still. Don't put it on 1-drops. You could play them in the background. Never count them out. Never count them down.
Which the philosophy, neither one of these decks have run philosophy as a standard card. It's always been discovered element, which you have plenty to deal with when you have the Illidari studies, when you have those wand makers. You have plenty of ways to generate that card, so it's not usually ran in there. So it purely comes down to seeing how Putis plays this out, whether or not he's looking to generate that, or how he's trying to play this, because the Greater Golem was looking awesome earlier, but now with Soul Mirror being a direct counter to that, having something to play now to clear that out, that's kind of huge.
Yep. Chaos Strike this turn, not a bad call.
Aim for the wheels.
Make your hero power free. Get yourself a 2/3. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I feel like that
not a lot of bad plays. Putis does not have a lot of bad plays in that hand right now.
I think he's utilizing that almost as a soft taunt. You see that by like Putis going to go ahead and get those free 0 cost hero powers every turn. It's already won. It's not that big a deal when you really look at the long run of things. Issue is when you're running that Inquisitor, when you're realizing that there's probably going to be coming a free 8 damage down every single time, knowing he also has a weapon in hand. That's what makes it scary. That's what makes it say, I have to get rid of this.
Yep. A lot of healing coming in. A lot of healing.
Okay.
Another soul mirror could be nice.
All kinds of buffs, or technically not a board clear, but a board mirror. So theoretically could be a clear. Soul mirror obviously being a powerful card. You got to consider though how much utility he could get it at. Late turn these Inquisitors are going to be coming out, and that's really going to be the only thing. And do you really just want to go ahead and say, okay, I retaliate your 8 damage with 8 damage to your minion and not your face?
Right. That's a good play though, right there. Solid play there. That's gonna get interesting.
Inquisitor now coming out. Nope, they decided against it.
I think he attacks first, though the Inquisitor can clear it. Yeah, gotta get it cleared.
Keep that Joker alive. You already have a second one in hand.
Right.
Okay.
And remember, he can attack again after the minion attack.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great play.
That's a really good play. So we now see the Ysera coming out. Now, what exactly could come of this?
Wait a minute. Does he have? No, not quite. I was gonna say he's another Inquisitor.
8. Yeah, he's got to have enough mana for the rest of it.
Yeah, yeah.
He has a Fury.
That's what I'm saying. The Fury.
That would have been 5 with the 8. That would have been 13. That would have been left him at 2.
But he's got Fury, Chaos Strike, and Relentless, so I think he's saving those for next round for the insta kill.
Yeah.
I think that's an insta kill next round unless a taunt comes down on the board. So it's taunt or die. Taunt or die for King Milo.
It's going to be 2. That's going to be 4. That's going to be +4. That's 8. Issue is a priest finds a heal right here. He's leaving him exactly at lethal right now. And I don't think that does it.
Nope. That's gonna be game. That's gonna be game. There's 4. There's 4 more. Chaos Strike is 2. Draw the card. Relentless is 4 more. Yep. Hero power for fun. Yeah, there it is.
Okay. So then, Demon Hunter's now cleared out. We're sitting at 1-1 for the series.
So I think King Milo's gonna switch. I think King Milo's gonna go to Warlock, and I think we're gonna see Rogue Warlock come out here.
I would love to see that, because I know from my previous experience. No, we see the Priest Druid.
Dang. I had a 50-50 shot both ways. I had a 50-50 shot. I called the bands. I'm having a good day. I called the bands.
Alone give me strength.
But interesting start here for both sides. I mean, I think Putis is going to be looking for minions here. I mean, having a Gibberling right off the bat, we've seen that just increases your chances of winning by tenfold.
Oh, yeah.
And looking at King Milo, what he's got, obviously, you have that Soul Mirror. I say the Soul Mirror almost should have been kept. I know it's tempting to get rid of it because you realize you're probably going to die by turn 5. You know, around that turn 7, not going to matter. Any kind of buffs that are on the board, anything overall that is going to be mirrored out, you're going to get those taunts as well. You're going to get whatever is there. You're going to get a piece of the pie as well. And
interesting that Nature Studies wasn't dropped there on turn 1.
Yeah.
I don't know why you wouldn't. Why would you not Nature Studies on turn 1? Is there something I don't know there?
I mean, I understand it, to be honest. You want to wait for those later turns, seeing what you have in hand, the Soul of the Forest. You're looking to get those cards and look for a synergy. You will have a lot of people utilize it up front. Go ahead and get that turn 1. But being it also gives you a discount to whatever spell later. If you know you're going to cast something else later, you're going to get that discount anyway.
Fair.
I think, though, you know, I'm kind of with you, though, in terms of looking at how to use plenty of cards in Druid's kit now that will generate minions, and that's exactly what Pudis needs on this board. Only issues, I think that's why he's saving it, because he doesn't have enough mana to really buff those. So he just kind of really wastes it.
Priest sitting there with a full hand of removal and nothing to use it on.
But I think that's perfect. This man's fiending. He's looking to clear out some boards, and I think he's finally going to get that scratch because he knows in this matchup he's going to have those opportunities to do so.
Soulmare comes out. Always nice to see. Hey, look at that. Nice guy. He'll just...
That's going to be big, especially looking at, you know, how he has those Thorngrove Sentries now. He's having a lot of buffs in hand. He finally has something to generate, and he has a Gibberling to work with too, with that Innervate. So
and
with
the
Thorngrove, with Power of the Wild, Soul of the Forest, there is so much for Pudis to play with right here. And it really just comes down to this ordering and what exactly can come from this. Getting another discount right there.
Yeah.
You know, capitalizing on that, getting a free discount out of that Nature Studies, getting another Gibberling, that's huge. And I got to say, saving that Nature Studies for that one exact play right there, big call, really impressive. We got to see exactly what he can do with this though going forward. And I want to say
Pride's Fury. Pride's Fury could be a nice play right here.
Yeah, Pride's Fury's looking good. I think though, yeah, Soul of the Forest is looking a little bit juicier.
One of those moments where there wasn't a bad play.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't a bad play there. Even the Thorngrowth Sentries was a decent play. You're still going to get your 4th Gibberling.
See, this is where King Milo gets that itch. This is where he gets the fiending. And he gets that satisfaction. He gets whatever kind of that dopamine is running through his system right now.
The only problem is he's going to have to spend a lot of cards. He's going to have to spend a lot of cards here.
With that Holy Nova, with that 2nd tier Condemn, with the Renew possibly generating another one, and him going to 5 mana next turn.
What do you think about the Pride's Fury now?
I think it's a little too early. I think he wants to get that with those taunts because he knows that Priest, the clears aren't all that large. The only thing that he really has is a large clear for big health. He doesn't matter at this stage in the game. Pudis doesn't need to worry himself about damage at all.
No.
He needs to just try and get big minions that are going to do, you know, he's just going to tick them down because he knows that with how he's playing out Soul of Forest right here. Even they don't. I mean, that's just 12 damage. That's nothing big, but he's still using 3 cards for that alone.
The double cast Power of the Wild was really good.
Yeah.
And forcing King Milo to get rid of cards in hand just to take care of it. When you're sitting here knowing that you've got 3 Thorngrowth Sentries in hand, that you can play all of this turn if you so chose.
Just needs more buffs now. He's used so many of them. And I gotta admit, the trade-off's been nice. He definitely got a lot of resources out of King Milo's handle. Board controls are kind of out of the water now. You have to make sure that some of these stick, though, going forward. You have to keep them alive. And Pride's Fury, obviously looking tempting because you got to get those stats off. But when you have a potential 3 attack and 9 health out of that compared to this only 2 and 6, that's the play, buddy. Go ahead, just get some minions down, make him clear them, make him get scared, but don't exactly pull the trigger just yet.
Not yet.
Inside Zarilla being that one card Pudis did not want. Being that one card, that is a 2 mana clear everything with that Desperate Plead or Desperate Prayer on top of with what Zarilla has. Oh, and if he apotheoses that before he goes ahead and casts that, actually he can't, it's a Battle Cry, excuse me, it's not a Spell Burst. But I mean, that's still, regardless, that's a 5 mana, you know, that's a 2 mana deal 5 to all enemy minions. That's huge. That's the 1 minion that would have, you know, kind of played and helped things out. I gotta say the Ruin's the one that's looking pretty juicy right now.
I have to agree with that. Or maybe Idle. Idle wouldn't be terrible.
You have to guarantee yourself a taunt out of that, though. Otherwise, I mean, with the Apotheosis, I could see it kind of buffing out all that damage. Only issue is Pudis has a lot of cards in hand. You don't know what he has to play with, and that's the scariest thing about Token Druid. You don't know if he's waiting to get a larger combo or whether or not he just doesn't have what he needs.
Oh, and he's gonna Fury. He's gonna Fury on top of this. Yeah! That's what Jim likes. That's what Jim likes right there.
Now think Pudis right here. I'm gonna see a Desperate Prayer.
Yep.
We're gonna see a Zarilla.
Yep.
And we're gonna see something so satisfying.
You're going to.
Oh.
Here's the thing, though. If you're Pudis, you don't know. You don't know what he's got. That's still a good play for Pudis. Let's not say it wasn't a good play. Because
I'm not. Yeah, by no means am I sitting there. I just going against Token Druid and getting a clean, so clean board clear like that. Oh, it gets under my skin and just makes me feel warm. Now, this is where things kind of got to flip the tables. You have a Glowfly Swarm in hand. That's huge. That's going to play into your favor a lot. Now, from Pudis' shoes, he needs to go ahead and make sure that he has some minions on the board. That Glowfly being the best option, because if he draws a spell, he draws a buff, he's still going to have minions off that. That buff is going to give him another Glowfly. He needs to make him, 4 damage, but if he makes him 5, that's where that Ruin's going to tap it. But if he keeps him at 4, gets 7 or something like that on the board, he's going to be sitting fine.
Yep. Gonna get interesting here.
Okay.
That's a big boy. That's a big boy that I don't know if Pudis has any way of getting rid of. But okay. That's intriguing.
Still having a Soul Mirror to play with as well. Wow. Pudis could Glowfly. He could Lunar Eclipse twice, clear out that Zarilla, Glowfly, Power the Wild it. I mean, he could realize everything right now, and it just still wouldn't be enough.
I don't think it would be either. This one got out of hand. This one got out of hand in a hurry.
Yeah. Guess the Weight would be a great draw for Pudis right now. Getting 2 cards, no matter what they are, minions, spells. You need something right now. You have a Glowfly to play into the spells. I think Pudis is at the stage of the game where he's thinking, I need to play something. Otherwise, I'm just going to get bullied for the rest of the game. Do something, and I think once this board gets cleared out right here, that's where he calls it. Because he's going to utilize darn near everything this turn, if not everything.
Alright. Well.
Oh no! Oh no!
And I think that might be a scoop there for Pudis.
Yeah, if I'm in his shoes, I'm calling this, but maybe he's a trooper. Maybe he holds this out.
I think maybe you throw the towel in on that one. It depends on the top deck. It depends what he top decks.
Endurable Infestation.
Not exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah, not what you want, G.
Yeah, not what you want.
Now Pudis is staring at 10 damage. With the Apotheosis that we see on our side, looking at, Insight, Lord knows how much with that. Looking at, actually, no, excuse me, 18. With that Alex Straza.
Yeah.
So, King Milo has lethal next turn.
Pretty much.
Easily. Especially with an Insight. Play anything.
Yeah, there it is. I was going to say, I think that's a feels bad man, and I think he's going to go next on that one.
Sag. So,
he no longer has to worry about Priest, however.
Oh, yeah. But he does have to worry about losing one more game now, though. He's sitting at down 1-2. Pudis is.
He is, but he doesn't have to worry about Priest anymore.
Yeah.
And that was the one that with all the removal. Now all he has to worry about is Warlock, and if Warlock doesn't get what it needs, Warlock's not going to win.
Warlock though. There's so much to Warlock.
Ah, man, I really wish he
Saving
would
this
have.
for
I
finale.
really wish he would have played Rogue instead of Druid. I think
on
I'm
the
gonna be
same page.
with that hand though. With that hand, I think he's gonna be okay. And he's gonna throw away most of it. That's fair.
Yeah, King Milo needs to get rid of these 2 strongmans. He's getting rid of all of it. That's fair. Getting the lightning, and then utilizing the power of the wild, having that soul. You're praying, if you're in Pudis' shoes, you're praying for a good draw on these first 2. Guess the weight being huge for this man.
Yes,
he needs to find a way to get both these off. Arbor up, another
There it
huge
is.
card for this man. Getting a 1 cost, you're obviously you're guessing more. Getting 2 draws off that, insane.
And it's against the weight.
Oh my goodness. Okay. See, this is. See, I know you say it a lot, but this is real. This is the real deal. Things are going to be interesting this time around. Pudis has about 3 or 4 turns to get himself a board going. Get something juicy down.
More. Ooh, he said less. He said less. Oh, the sadness.
So with that, King Milo's looking at a fairly expensive hand. Only thing he really has is School Spirit. Like you saw Hoarder being a good call right here off the bat. You're not getting the corruption off, but that's fine. You don't want to exhaust your deck. Even though you're facing Token Druid, you know you can go ahead and suffice that. You want to get those soul shards in there. You want to find a way to heal. Lots to play with in the hand of King Milo right now. Only issue is they're all really spells. They're kind of singular clears. School Spirit really only being the big factor, the big playmaker right now. And Pudis having a lot more in these next coming turns with those 2 Soul of Forest.
Yep. Oh no! Lost the Gibberling.
Yeah, that's
That would have been massive. That would have been massive. 2 lightning blooms though can do work. Oh, a 1 cost solar eclipse though. That could be fun.
I wish I could flip my screen right now and just see it from Pudis' point of view. I want to see a close. I want to get a closer eyes what storm is exactly brewing.
Oh, oh man. This is gonna get dirty. This is gonna get dirty. Oh my god. He can lightning bloom twice into
He took the 9 mana.
Well, and he gets solar eclipse and then arbor up twice. No, 3. He'll get 3 arbor ups. He could double lightning bloom into a solar eclipse and then get triple arbor up right now.
I must think.
How dirty is that play there, Mick?
I gotta say, I'd probably lose it if somebody did that to me.
I'm just saying. 3 arbor ups on 1 turn. How do you?
Yeah, when you look at what King Milo has, he only has a School Spirit, so that's not going to clear that. Biggest thing that King Milo's looking for right now is a Twisting Nether. Not really enough, and he doesn't have a Cascade Disaster. He doesn't have any of those to really play with.
I don't know why he waited. Oh my god. Why?
No, don't play a dead this turn, buddy. You don't get the full turnout.
I don't understand what that was about. Why did he play that card?
That was purely a mistake. I can tell you that for a fact.
I have no idea why that card just got played. I don't know what Pudis was doing there. I mean, he had a play. Double lightning bloom into a solar eclipse into triple arbor up. I don't know, and then wasting the enervate. I really don't understand the waste of the enervate there. Especially if he's going to double lightning bloom this turn when solar eclipse costs 2 instead of 1.
I can say though, from his point of view, with so much resources, everything being so cheap and having to exactly order up your hand, he doesn't have the benefit of the doubt of 2 minds thinking over this at one point. He is going to be choking up a little bit, figuring out how exactly to order everything out, get the most value for his, get the most bang for his buck, essentially.
Oh no, I'm with you right there. I'm just wondering why he didn't play anything last turn.
Yeah.
That seemed like a huge...
Yeah, I feel like right there at the end, he just zoned out the string or the fuse dying down. decide to play something and then kind of snap back into reality. Oh, there goes gravity, and realize that I don't have time for this and I just messed up.
Yeah, and then a waste of an innervate, which is huge. Especially
also,
when
I feel like a Soul of the Forest had to be played for these 3 minions. Find a way to keep them on the board. Keep that pressure.
Well, the bigger problem being is that now he's going to lose another turn. Now he was going to lose another turn off the double lightning bloom anyway, but now he's losing a big turn.
He's probably losing the whole game off that alone.
Yeah,
with how King Milo is sitting right now in terms of having that Sociologist, giving him more turns to build that up.
I mean, the one thing you've got, Lunar Eclipse. Lunar Eclipse really helps him because he can get rid of the 7/2. So, and then he could play something off the back of that with it being cheaper. So that's not terrible. Keeps him in the game here. A lost turn in a game like this, a lost turn is massive.
Lunar Eclipse, not comboing it into anything. He still could.
I mean, he could power the wild for the Panther.
But he doesn't.
He's saving that for the minion boost, but I think he needed something on the board.
If you're going to utilize that Lunar, I mean, I'm with him. You need to get rid of that 7/2. That's obvious.
Obvious.
But not doing that earlier when you already have that discount, you're already going to be getting something out of that. Yeah.
Oh no! But no! What are you doing? You had it so. Oh my God! What's he doing? He had Arbor up, Solar Eclipse. He could have got double Arbor up right there.
Yeah. I think he's
huge minions.
He lost all of his free mana gems, and I think that alone, he lost it after that. He lost all mana composure.
Oh my God, the Solar Eclipse into a double Arbor up saved that board.
Yeah,
that would, and then he could have done.
It was something there, I'll admit, but at this stage in the game, you didn't have enough threats on the board, and we were sitting at 7 to 8 mana crystals. So that's a Twisting Nether. And that's whenever you know that you're facing a Warlock, you know that's in that deck, you know there's 2 copies of it, and that's something you're scared of. And I feel like he just, after wasting 3 turns essentially.
Yeah.
That's just, I mean, I gotta admit, my mentality would be over as well.
Just on tilt right there. I think he still had it though. Solar Eclipse into Arbor up is such a huge play.
Mm-hmm.
And he could have done it 2 turns in a row, which would have given him a lot of board presence. And he had other things going in the background as well that could have added to it. I don't think that's the situation. That lost turn was what killed it.
Yep.
The lost turn just absolutely. And I don't know. And we don't know. Something could have happened. If they've got a pet, their pet might have jumped on them. We have no idea. There's something like a roommate could have called him for something. A bunch of stuff could have happened. Just crazy though. That's how that one ended. I gotta say, has to be called a mid-play. On what has to be called a misplay.
Because I was looking really forward. I was hoping he won that. Token Druid, I was hoping he won that. Saw the Poison Rogue matchup because I was so excited. I mentioned it coming into this, and I was looking forward to it. And not being able to see it because, he just chokes up. 2 turns in a row, especially on that turn 6, when you know that you have 10 mana crystals. He had on turn 5. Yep. That's the turn that was wasted, where the Innervate came in. Turn 6, that's where he used the 2 lightning blooms, and he sat there and had to go around on turn 7 with only 3 because he utilized all those overloads. So by the time turn 8 came around, if he actually found something to put onto that board, he knew that Twisting Nether was going to be a factor at that point. He wasn't going to have much to play with. Having that Sociologist on the board, if he found a way to get onto the board, he wasn't going to have enough clear. He doesn't have immediate traits. He didn't have a way to put the board down far enough to where if those traits came in from those, released souls, it doesn't matter. You got a lot of 3/3s. The buffs aren't going to be into place. Soul the Forest, those are 2/2s. Even the souls would have traded into those. Just losing that turn 5 cost everything.
It did. It really did. But that'll do it. It looks like we get out on time too. 8 o'clock on the button. So coming through, the finals will be, what day are the finals next week?
They're back on Friday, just like usual.
Is it all the way back to Friday? Thursday night next week, finals for Hearthstone. Gonna be fun. Sasajiro, King Milo will respectively be there next week. Hopefully me and Mick are there next week. We'd love to close out the season with y'all.
Yeah.
Mick, why don't you take us to the outro here?
Well, I mean, if you're gonna sit there and outro the outro, man, I mean, I ain't really got much to say at that point. Besides, thank you all for tuning in, coming around and watching. We've had 2 great series today, and we're got more coming up in this next week. And thank you for tuning in, and hopefully we'll see you all around next time with NECC.